EverGrow Love, Urson Sachs, Andy T, Miko, Ed Hopkins. So good to see you guys. Thank you for being here today in Sam We Trust. Hope you guys are having an amazing weekend so far. What is new with you, EverGrow Love?
Hey, not much. What's going on?
Not much is going on? Is that what you said? I didn't miss it.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm in the store trying to buy something, but yeah, just getting on just in case Paul gets on, because if he gets on with that new PFP, I'm definitely going to call him out. I mean, definitely not him. That sucker's got hair.
I don't think I saw it. I don't think I saw his PFP.
Oh, you haven't seen his new PFP yet?
No, I don't think so. No, that's funny.
Well, it's definitely got hair, so I already called him out on it once. So can't be him.
Right on. Cool. Denny, Pepe LaRue, good to see you. Zelda, good to see you too. Taxi Man, Christopher Eigner, hope you're having a good day at a beach. Who else we got here? We got Datalicious. Thank you guys for sharing your Saturday. I'm going to bring up the Bard here. 1 second. Bard.
While you bring him up, let's just say, who's freaking excited right about now, huh?
No kidding. Rick B, good to see you too, man. And Will, of course. Bard, are you there?
I think so. It's showing me as a listener. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay. Wanted to know if you wanted to see a screenshot. I won't share it on the community chat because there are some people that didn't want a surprise.
What was the last story?
Do you want me to DM you one of the screenshots from the game personally, just so you can get a look at it?
Yeah, that'd be cool. Thank you.
Okay. Just don't share it because there's some people that want surprises.
Sure. Absolutely. Thank you.
Don't
I appreciate
be stingy. I know I said I want a surprise, but that doesn't mean you can't throw one this way, bro.
Right on. Paul, how are you doing? Now I understand. It all makes sense now. The PFP.
See, I told you that is not Paul, bro. I'm telling you, that's an imposter. That is not Paul. It can't be.
Well, we seem to. I wonder why I did it. You know, might have something coming up soon. So, you know,
everything has a purpose when it comes to EverGrow.
Oh yes.
Yeah, exactly. Mario, it's good to see you too. Let's see. I'm gonna get Christopher Eichner up here. Give me 1 second, Christopher.
Besides the EverGrow Man NFT, this is my first actual NFT I've ever bought.
Really? You purchased that one?
Oh yeah.
Nice. So, to my knowledge, like some JPEGs are pretty pricey. So, was that pretty pricey, or?
It was $1,100.
Oh wow! Dang.
And it was one of the cheap. It was one of the cheaper ones.
Yeah. Wow. No kidding. Yeah.
Of the crypto bunks.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Nice. So, how have you been, Paul? I haven't seen you in the past few spaces. Obviously, you're busy. And then a one-arm paper hanger.
Yeah, I've been trying to, get my rest on the weekends now, and my naps and stuff. So, and plus, like you guys, I know you guys really want to hear from Cody and Rocket on, with LunaSky and everything, and those are the guys you really want to talk to about LunaSky,
right?
Rather than me. So I know it's important to hear from them rather than me, because they're the experts on it.
Yeah, 100%.
But when I can make it, obviously love to be here.
Yeah, I appreciate it very much. Thank you so much, Paul. It's great.
Of course.
And I see while we were talking there, a few people had dropped in. CWP, good to see you as always. Thanks for your help. Cody and Rocket, thank you so much for being here today. And I see Hawkish has dropped in too. Good to see you, Hawkish. Thanks for all your help on all the little extras that we do. Some good ideas for fishing trips. I appreciate it. And Hassan, I'm going to bring you up to speak here. Christopher Eichner has been really patient, so I'm going to give him an opportunity to ask a question. Let's not ask too many today, just because we've got a lot of info to cover. I don't know how Rocket and Cody are doing on time today, so I'm going to go ahead. Christopher, go ahead, ask your question, and then I'm going to bring up Hassan next.
Okay, I asked the questions that I have mentioned in the Discord today. What you said, I raised them up. First, it's very good that this is now happening, everything. I'm very happy. What I would like to ask is why it is not shown currently in the price that this happened in the LuCrow and EverGrow price. That's because this must normally go around. Yes, this is so for me a very an interesting question. Yes, and good. Then we will see in those moments. Yes, what will happen, and I hope no hacker or any other person is here trying to make something again when this is online. Thank you.
So you're kind of inquiring there, like why, with leading up with all the excitement for LunaSky, why we haven't seen more price action. Paul, it looked like you wanted to chime in on that.
No, I actually didn't understand his question. So, but you just repeated it. So
Mm-hmm.
good.
Yeah.
It's did you maybe want to? Do you have any ideas?
Well, I know last night there was two $15,000 buys.
That's nothing to. Yeah.
Yes, on this. But you know what? I also think, look, to be perfectly honest with everyone, look, it's been a long road, a lot of hype in, a lot of promises that we've missed, a lot of deadlines that we missed. And, I honestly think, people want to see the working product, first before we get any, serious price action. And, even when that, look, we got to maintain, expectations here that, even when LunaSky drops, even if we don't get huge price action, it's just the beginning. If it doesn't happen that day, it's nothing to worry about. I'm not worried about even, price when it happens. We got a ton of other things that are going to happen. After LunaSky comes out, a lot of stuff you guys don't know about that's going to get the community really excited. Obviously Atlas Wallet towards the end of that. So I think it'll be, happen over time, but it could be a lot of price action when LunaSky comes right out. I don't know, but either way, don't be worried about it. Our main focus needs to be, on getting users on the platform. That'll be the number one, thing is getting users to use our products, and, if that happens, price will follow.
Yeah, it's interesting because every market has its own kind of things that make it move, right? So in a bull market, you could say, Rocket's joining the team, and you get a 10% hype right there, right? Here, I think in this bear market, I think people want results. I think you're absolutely right, Paul. People want to see what's going to be delivered, and the promise is profits to buy back and burn, right? That's what people want to see. In a more conservative market, people are less likely to maybe take that risk and maybe spend $100,000 on a token.
Yeah, and we don't know.
Exactly, it's speculative.
We can speculate all we want. All we can do is control. We can control, but I can tell you this. Look, we're not just going to sit by and chill. We have plans and ideas that I'm not going to mention right now, but we know we want to do something special for you guys, and we also know that we want to be innovative. We want to adapt with the times. We want to keep moving forward as a project, and we'll keep you guys in the loop when the announcements come down, when it's exact time. We have an order of what we want to do this in. And we think everyone will be happy with it, once they understand it all. And so we got that, let's just say, even that does happen, we want price to keep going up. We have ways we think we can do this, organically. And I think this would be a really good stretch for us coming up. And I think you guys would be very happy with it, especially the products. That's what I'm most happy about. Like I was talking to Cody last night in Rocket and also Sam, we just, and someone messaged me, they DM'd me about, I get a lot of thank yous for hard work, and it's just so when that happens, I always tell them it's because of you loyal people, loyal EverGrow holders that really make it worth it to say, we want to, make up for, last year and, put smile on people's faces and happy. And deliver a good product for you guys and to keep, better on that product. Nothing's going to be perfect when it comes out. It's not going to be OpenSea when it comes out. It's not going to be Trust Wallet rate when it comes out. But I'll tell you this, it's it's going to be a lot better than anything that initially launches. So that's where we get really our motivation from, not because of price. It's because of you guys. I can 100% say that. Now, we want to make money too. Don't get me wrong, but that comes later for us.
Checking price currently after the announcement, EGC popped 3.6%, and that's in less than 24 hours. Now it's moving horizontally, but Lucro has jumped 5.7% in about 12 hours or less.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty significant bump.
Yeah, and I think that's even though that that 3, 5, some percent, whatever. I think that's really nothing in comparison to what really can happen. I mean, I'm kind of with you, Paul. I mean, we just got to keep our nose to the grindstone, just keep working, keep building, and let the market do what the market does, right? If we can prove to the market investors that we have legitimate products and we are making profit, and they can see the result of those products, we just got to let it do its thing. And we can't really plan for speculation. All we can really do is plan for things that we do know and adapt to times. So yeah, thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. Cody, I know you've been real patient there. Hassan, go ahead. You got your hand up. Thank you so much for being patient.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to add a little bit more about that, the price action.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, since I'm learning, there's always learning, the real price action that should matter for us, it's when utility comes.
Exactly.
Because when the price goes up, and I saw that at the beginning, I remember when Elon Musk said something, I would go and see Dogecoin up, but 1 minute later, down. But when the price goes up based on utility, and not just for the community, also for outside the community, the EverGrow, like BNB, the price will go up no matter what. So I have learned, I'm training myself for that. That's why I've been DCAing in Lucro and EverGrow until the utility comes.
Right.
Even if it goes up based on something, on a good news, it doesn't matter. I still put some money every weekend. But when the utility comes, I'll stop because I know sooner or later the price will go up and it's going to go over my average price. And that's when I don't put any more money. I only put when it goes down or under my my average. But anyway, yeah, that's the price that matter for me.
The market is fickle. The market is fickle, right? And as long as you understand that, it doesn't always follow logic. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. You shouldn't hang your hat on the whole FOMO thing. I mean, it does. It has an effect, and it definitely can be a very powerful thing. But you've got to focus in on fundamentals, right? Do you believe in the project? Do you believe in what the team leaders are doing? What are they building? If you believe in that, you just got to let it go where it's going to go, because no amount of I would say the community has a big part of that too. When they're supporting the project and all that stuff. But ultimately, we have 130 potential 1,000 holders right now, right? You think of some other projects that have really, really gone somewhere. They've gone into the many hundreds of thousands and potentially close to millions. That's when you really start to see some kind of crazy things happen. But they're not going to get in unless you demonstrate that what you have is a real thing. Yeah, there are the meme tokens. There's always those followers. They're going to follow the memes and they're going to go in for the flip and hopefully make some money out of it. But like I said, you can't rely on that. So, EverGrow Love, go ahead. Thanks, man.
Yeah, hey, not a problem. I know Cody's probably thinking I'm just trying to steal his limelight, which I am in a way. But no, actually, I did want to comment on that as well because, we're looking at price action. We're looking at things happening. And what some people don't realize is, yes, one, the utility's not out. We just announced a shutdown of a previous utility. And look at the action we're having just off a shutdown. So there's a lot of people that are waiting to see exactly what this utility is, exactly how good it is, exactly, are there flaws with it? There's people out there that are waiting to kill it. There's people out there that are waiting to make this sucker just explode, right? I mean, you've got it on both sides, but you also got to think marketing heavy marketing doesn't even really start till the utility comes out. So wait for that marketing, wait for the release, wait for the impact, combine all that, and then look at your price action. But, a lot of people stare at price action thinking, okay, well, this is what I need to watch. I'm a little bit different. Yeah, price is great. I want to see the holders. Are we gaining holders? Are we gaining thousands of holders every day like we did when we launched? Are we gaining, are we gaining awareness? Is our community growing? That's the key indicators for me. What's the volume look like? Price will come. You got to have those other two things. If you're gaining price and your holders aren't going anywhere, that's, to me, is a temporary bump, just like Gerson said when Elon Musk would tweet something. Your holders weren't exactly increasing. People were buying that already had it. Watch everything. Don't just watch the price.
So well said, because it's a combination of things, right? The holders and are you adding holders?
Well, that's a way to kill a room.
Pardon me?
No, I just want to add to that real quick, Steve. Remember, we're in this bear market still, and I kept track of all the holders back at the beginning. I actually wrote them down every day, and I have a spreadsheet of them. Now, in a bull market, you can add. I mean, we were, obviously with the biggest project during the bull market, and we were adding between like 500 and 2,000 a day. That's not going to happen right now. If we can just add, if we can just add holders per day, I don't care if it's one or 100. It's a good thing as long as we're adding. Like right now, we've been losing a couple hundred every month or whatever, but we haven't lost too many. But if we can just add between one and above, just keep moving forward during this bear market, that's a win. So I agree, keep an eye on the holder count. But, my thing is also we're going to keep an eye on the activity of the utilities. We're going to keep an eye on how many people are staking, how much EverGrow tokens are staked, that, they're not just waiting to sell. So there's going to be a lot of, things to watch out for, that's not just price, because that can go up, if a lot of people are staking and they want to, they want to stay staked, and that they're thinking longer term rather than shorter term, or they're just waiting to, for exit liquidity. There's a lot of factors in there. So like I said, the team, we can just, we're going to put our heads down and, focus on that. And we're going to focus on a couple other things to help you guys out. Very exciting times. I know Cody's over there. I don't know if he can talk or not.
Yeah, no, it's a really dynamic environment. I agree. Cody, thanks. I didn't mean to cut you off there. Go ahead.
No apologies necessary. Hello, everyone. Hope you're all doing great. Steve, how are you, first and foremost?
I am very, very well, thank you. Especially last night when I, tweeted that picture and I was like, oh my God, is this it? Is this it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I can't wait to talk about that tweet and that picture and the timing of such, but we'll get to that, of course. Hello, everyone else. Paul, CWP, EverGrow Love, Crypto Bard, Gerson, Christopher, Guten Tag, Frond. Good to see you. Affiliated staff down there and community. Hey, happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday. I do see majority of people here are kind of been here before and all that stuff, but Paul, obviously, go ahead and introduce yourself, Paul.
Who, me?
Yeah, go ahead and introduce for people maybe who not know who you are.
Paul Treffinger. I'm the operations manager of EverGrow. Started out as a day one investor, and started the second day as a mod in Telegram. I was excited about the project, and then I asked if I could make the Discord, and I got that job, and I just started building up the Discord. And then next thing I look on one day, and Sam made me a host of the AMAs, and just started doing that and trying to show Sam that I was a part of the team. Took about 4 or 5 months, and community manager, worked a way up to operations manager, and just kept my head down and keep working. I was tired of my old job in construction. I owned a construction business, and wanted to change. and I'm glad I did. I'm very, very happy what I'm doing now with all you guys, and I couldn't ask for a better community to be in.
So well said. Yeah, it's so weird how life can take you in just a completely different direction, huh? Yeah, I think you said, how much did you initially put into EGC at the beginning?
So like the first, like I said, I just wanted to be like, I was a newbie. I just wanted to be a whale in a project, and I had like, you know, I didn't have a lot of money, and I mean, and I got some jobs in afterwards. So I got out of this other one. I had like a G, and I had a lot of Safe Moon. I had like 30 grand in Safe Moon that was now worth only like 12,000. Um, and so I bought $1,000. I typed in, you know, in Google pre-sales that are free, because every one I looked at, like BSC pad or whatever it was, you needed to stake tokens, and I was like, I just want to get in early of any project. I don't care which one it is. So next thing you know, like I typed it on Google one morning and it said pink sale, and I was like, what the hell is that? I click on it. Next thing you know, EverGrow pops up and says sold out in 5 minutes, and I noticed it just launched an hour ago. So I click on it and I was like, let me put $1,000 in here to try and 2-3x my money. And next thing you know, it did. And I was like, man, let me just keep putting in more money. And I put in 8 grand over the first 3 days.
Wow.
Yeah. And it was.
And you were at one point a multimillionaire.
At one point, I was, yes.
Yeah.
On paper.
Yeah.
On paper, I was.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
Paper.
What a story, man. I still hear it. I've heard it, but you say it before. But I just love hearing it, because it's just like, it just seems kind of like all these things just came together. Like, you know, I don't know if it's luck or what, but great story. Cody, if you don't, go ahead.
It definitely was luck. But on the other hand, you know, I was on the computer 12 hours a day just looking up cryptos and doing this and that. But, you know, so it is luck of just finding it, you know, and then being willing to put the money in and just gamble it. And you know, but you also got to be willing to put in the hours of just being on the computer to get lucky to do that. And then, you know, I was, you know, I always ask other people this, you know, that I did get, you know, into the multi-millions, but, you know, other people, they put, you know, 8,000 in, you know, if you got to 100,000, wouldn't you just cash out because that's enough and you want to lose that? You know, who's a dummy that just, you know, holds all the way up until the very top, and then, you know, I sold a little bit. I got like a $500,000 out, but you know, everyone would usually sell everything when they got, you know, at least 10-15x their money. You know, like I held all the way up, which is stupid. Me, I should have taken more out. Is what I should have done. But you know, I learned my lesson, and now if I sold everything, I probably wouldn't be a part of EverGrow now. So I take the good with the bad and the lessons to take a little bit more profit when I should. But now I got this, now I'm on a great team. I got a new career and everything. So, and I know for a fact, if I keep my head down, work, you know, EverGrow will still make me some money. And I'm in the crypto, you know, community now very early, and we'll make some money with some other projects as well the next bull run. And maybe not, you know, that kind of money, but, you know, if we, over the years we can. So I'm excited.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing that. I really appreciate it. Cody, did you maybe want to do the same?
Sure, why not? Yeah, you know, I was just thinking, I don't think we've ever really done like who are we, you know?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, cool question. My name is Cody Black. I'm the project manager for EverGrow Coin. I was a week 1 investor, came into the Discord. I bought EverGrow on my lunch break in my day job when I saw Crypto Control's video. I believe it was close to around the first week of launch, maybe between 7 and 10 days. I'd have to look back at the actual date. Hopped in Discord and became essentially what was called an educator at the time in Discord. It would be the equivalent of a helper today in Discord. So about a week later, I became an educator in Discord, and then just kept grinding and helping and trying to learn and absorb as much as I can, all the way to here we are now. I come from the corporate tech sector. I've worked in the corporate tech sector as a senior tech mentor and trainer for over a decade. Prior to that, I come from corporate management, and I also was a music instructor for a very long time during that time of my life as well. So Happy to be here. I agree with what Paul said. This is the greatest community that exists in crypto, and he is right, and I agree with that. And that is a little bit about me.
What we've got in the you can't see him, but that's Rocket, the EverGrow, the EverGrow official channel here on Twitter. I don't know if he can speak or not. Sometimes his weekends are really, really busy, but that is Rocket. He's technical manager for EverGrow. I gave him the mic, but I think he's tied up. So, but please give him a warm welcome. Maybe one day he can do a little intro too. There he is.
Hey, Steve.
And the
I'm
story,
gonna throw
actually
this.
behind the community manager stuff well, I'll let Rocket speak after this, but in January 2022, Sam came to me and said, well, let's put everything together. He's like, I want to make community managers and have you guys decide, on the socials, like on Telegram and Discord. There was some people on Telegram, and it was like Telegram versus Discord. It was very weird, and it was kind of getting confrontational, in the background. So Sam came to me and said, let's make a community manager team with 3 people. And if there's ever a vote, 2 out of 3 wins, on the decision being made. So there's not one boss, except for Sam above that. But, and he came to me and asked me who are the 2 other people that I would choose. And in my mind, I've been an operations manager for my father, then ran the business, been a pretty good manager. I picked Cody. Was my first pick from Discord, and then I picked Frank from Telegram so we could bring the 2 sides together. I didn't want to pick 2 people from Discord that I'd been in for 4 or 5 months, because that would have left Telegram people out. I wanted everyone to feel inclusive. So, and Frank was just doing a great job anyway. That speaks for itself. And that's what it did. And then, stuff progressed from there, and, CP came along after that. And then, Rocket came along after that. So everyone's had to prove themselves on the team. No one just got a spot just for the sake of it. Even myself, obviously, we had to earn our stripes for months and months. First as mods, and then all the way up, each and every one of us.
Hopefully, Rocket, you were just starting to talk there. I don't know if Paul could hear you or not, but Rocket, go ahead.
Hey, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Yeah, I'm fighting children right now, so I'm going to put, instead of being on the spot, I'll put everybody else in the spot.
Sure.
Paul and Cody can tell you about Rocket.
Sure, sounds good. Thank you so much.
Oh, I would love to take this one if I may. No, Rocket is brilliant. You all know that. That's not something that needs to be said. Fantastic human, brilliant mind. That's why he's the technical manager. Yeah, similar to what Paul said, Rocket came along shortly after not too long after I'd been in Discord. I remember Rocket being there, and we started talking and chatting, just like we all do. Rocket comes from the marketing world. He has been involved in marketing in his personal career for a very, very long time. So he's extremely experienced in marketing. He's also extremely experienced in technical aspects, especially when it comes to blockchain and NFTs, as you all know. So that is a little bit about Rocket. Oh, he's also a Leo, and he enjoys walks on the beach. Yeah. He's not a Leo. I just made that up. Pretty sure he enjoys walks on the beach as long as there's sand and not rocks. Because if you like walking on rocks, that's weird. That's all I have to say about that.
I'm actually a Leo around here. Not
That's
that I
right.
care about. I don't care about any of that kind of stuff. Yeah, Rocket was in there early, but Rocket is more of a quiet guy. Obviously, not like myself, where I just I'm just loud and obnoxious sometimes. He's more of a quiet guy, and I think that's why it took him more time to really get noticed, because he's quiet. But I think that's on my fault for not noticing his smartness. I guess smart is that a word? Smartness sooner than I did. But when it was time to step up, though, he absolutely did. And I don't think, LunaSky would be where it's at right now if it wasn't for him, the new LunaSky.
Oh, yeah. Agreed, 100%.
Yeah. He came along and, really stepped up and, helped Cody, a lot. And them two as a team, they make a great team on LunaSky. And, I think we needed someone, too, to really step up in that, NFT marketplace in the early days. And then Cody's learned, I think, so much from Rocket, and we all have, but, in the start of the NFT world. But as far as stepping up, I talked to him yesterday about this actually. It was nothing short of just, awesome to see someone to step up without having to ask, which is rare.
Yeah, it's interesting too that we're talking about this because I think this is a really cool conversation to have publicly. It's like our working relationship. When I say our, I mean, let's just say we'll start kind of from the top down. The management team's working relationship is really great. We're all pretty automated at this point. We know what tasks we're responsible for. We're able to be cross-functional too and help each other out. We're able to stick on what we need to and then present it to the boss man. And then going down from there, it works the same way with the community managers, the admins, the mods, and the helpers. Everyone is always there, always willing to help, always willing to contribute. And for the greater good of the project. So it's a fantastic team all around, from the top all the way to, the newest helper. So we're very, very grateful for every one of you. Really appreciate everyone's hard work all the time. And one other thing, I guess, saying to that would be, it's not just staff members, right? You have folks like yourself, Steve, and we have other people who are involved in doing things like beta testing and things like that for different products. So thank you to all of you also. I mean, it's really incredible to see how much everyone truly cares and how much time they invest in it, it's a labor of love, right? And everyone has a passion for it and everyone works hard because everyone has a hand in a piece of the pie.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I think everyone knows this. I don't got to say it, but I'll bring it up anyway. Look, and all of us are not perfect either. As far as we have our little prods behind the scenes every now and then. A disagreement or something like that. But we always try to work it out as men, and we talk to each other and try to be clear up front. Whether it's ideas or disagreements or whatever it is. It doesn't happen very often because we're very, we know how each other thinks now. So no one's perfect, obviously, and no project is or no company is. But we try to be, we strive to be, but we try to work stuff out like as men behind the scenes as much as we can. Sometimes, it comes out in the public a little bit sometimes, but it's literally just a bump in the road here and there. But, we always, no matter what happens, I can tell you this, the project will always come first.
Yeah, it always does. And that's a great point. It's always about the project first. And like you said, we're all human, right? I mean, everybody goes to work every day and has a job and they have things to deal with and they have things to manage and they have bosses, and sometimes they have conflicts between, peers or employees. And that's just part of it. Being able to operate effectively and do so diplomatically, I think, is the key, obviously, right? So, yeah, I mean, we're not always going to agree on everything. I mean, there are many, many times where we challenge each other, and I think that is really important. And I think that also has played a lot into why we're doing the things we're doing now, right? Because we have said no or yes, we want to do a specific thing, or one of us may have an idea that the other one is not in full agreement with, right? However, maybe they feel very strongly about it. They present the reason and the facts why, and we make decisions together as a team at that point. And sometimes we don't all agree on the decision that is made, but we know that's the right decision, and that's part of running a business. So, yeah, we all, I think, communicate very well. It's been 18 months. I think, communicate better than we ever have, obviously, at this point, because we've learned those things. We've learned each other's personality types. We've learned how to be adaptable. We've learned how to be, willing to compromise, So, yeah, great stuff.
And also with now there's people also that see that, and I think this will start happening even more. There's people that are starting to step up even more now. We can't ask people, unless they're getting paid and not working, that we need to say, hey, you're getting paid, we haven't seen you in a week or two. Let's step it up. But other people that are just helpers and they're stepping up because they want to be on the team more. They want more responsibility. Like I just give you, in the past, couple months, Hyper and Drake, got added to the team. They've been stepping up, but it took them like, I don't know how long they were around, like exactly when they got around, but the past few months they, really stepped up, and even when they stepped up and they got put on the team, they stepped up even more because they got more excited about that, and that's what we're looking for. Just like we did, we had to go through all this stuff to do this, and they're doing the same thing, and it's cool to see that. And I think, when you see that during the down times is all that much more better, because when in good times, everyone wants to be, around, when the price is high and money's flowing around and everyone's, loving everything and there's so many holders, but, you really find out who wants to stick around during the down times. So that's what we always look for now.
That's true. That's a great point. It's the commitment, right? It's the passion and the commitment. It's easy to stick it out for a short period, but it's hard, and we never blame anyone that decides, hey, this isn't for me anymore. And that's okay. It's a hard thing to do day in and day out, and it can be very thankless sometimes, right? Like a lot of roles, it can be a very thankless job, but the point of it isn't getting appreciation for it. The point of it is, to keep working and to get to that point to where we can all look back one day and be proud of what we've invested in and how things are going. So yeah, the commitment, the passion, it takes a lot day in and day out. It's not just about building and development, it's about showing up. It's about a lot more than showing up is what I meant to say. It's not about just being there, so.
Man, I just love just sitting back this 5 minutes here and just letting you guys talk. Because you get such a great insight into your guys' personality, your work ethic, just how you think and how cohesive you are. I think there's an enormous mutual respect, even though you guys have disagreements sometimes, I'm sure. But you all come at the table with the whole ideology that, we're here for this thing called EverGrow. And I think that just speaks so much volumes, really does. We were talking a little bit about admins and all that stuff, and I just want to acknowledge Marios here, right here. Telegram admin, thank you so much for being here. I know you don't have the speaker. If you ever want to talk, by all means, come on up, and I'll bring you up. But before we dig into, unless Rocket, did you need to speak, or I saw you wanted the mic again?
I just want to agree with everything everyone said.
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. It's funny.
Best staff in the business, Steve. These guys you're mentioning, Hyper and Hawkish and Marios and all of them. Adam H. is a newer helper, and Shy, William Blake, all of them. And if I didn't mention your name, I still love you. I just
It's
don't have time to
impossible
say
to
them all.
mention everyone. I mean, we'd be here now.
Yeah, I agree.
Zelda.
Adam
Yeah.
H. I see him down there. I mean,
Lee,
even the people.
yeah.
I mean, even the people.
Nicola.
Nicola.
Sorry.
Even the people that aren't, in that, even the people in the comments, like, CWP and, Sam We Trust and, Rick, and I'm looking at these names.
Well,
BBC
like
Mike,
Steve.
Tuna. Like you guys all, help us and inspire us every day with writing your messages and everything. Like, without you guys, there's no reason to really keep going.
Crypto Bard, EverGrow Love. I guess we're just going to do a thank you fest here.
You guys really don't know how much you mean to
I
us.
love it.
We talk about it all the time. You really don't get it. Like, I mean, I hope you do, but it's so appreciative that you guys are still behind us, and that's why we want to deliver, this stuff to you, and that's why we're not, we're focused on the price, obviously, but of getting those great products to you.
Look, it's a team effort, right? And then the team isn't just the staff. The team is also everyone and anyone that contributes. From a community member that is out there doing the good work like Denny, and he does his giveaways that he does not have to do, to people like EverGrow Love who's out there spreading positive information, we
got the legend EverGrow Man here. I mean, like
EverGrow Man. Yeah, there you go.
Exactly.
Well, hold on. You're talking about EverGrow Love here. Okay. I don't know about that. He can, he's always making fun of my bald head and everything. And, he can, I'm going to unfollow.
But you are bald.
I know. No, you know what? I love it. You know what? I really do. I love going back and forth with him on Twitter. It's all in good fun. And I have such a good time going back and forth with him or anybody. I love it.
Gotta have a tough skin.
Yeah, EverGrow Love. Go ahead. You got your hand up.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, man. So I I appreciate everybody. I appreciate every member of the community. It's not just it. I know we give credit to Rocket and Cody, and man, they're some kick-ass workers. I'm just going to put it out there. I've seen them just pushing and pushing. And Paul, I know I give them all a hard time, especially Rock and Paul. I mean, I really give them a hard time, but I mean, everybody knows it's all in fun, it's all in love, and we wouldn't do it if we didn't know that it's all coming right back at us, 100%. But everybody in the community, I mean, I've seen people tweeting that I've never seen in the community before, and it's just amazing. And like today, as an example, I've seen so much love and so much just support, not only from within the community, but from other projects. Just support is just amazing. And to see this happening with what we're doing is just, it's just a statement to us, and it's just great to see. So yeah, I'm definitely going to keep picking on y'all. I will say that mad respect. I've had a couple people reach out to me that are high up in the NEGC. Not calling any names or anything, but just that feeling to get that DM and to talk to somebody one on one, and that means so much to somebody that's not a member of the team. That's just out there, because to me, in my eyes, if you own it, you're a member. You are part of this community, 100%.
I agree with that 100%. It's a family, right? And healthy banter is a thing. And I love how there's such a healthy banter around, and it just really strengthens that camaraderie. And it's fun, it's always fun to pick on your friends a little bit, right?
Yeah. And it's also, Cody, I just thought about this right now. We've been, a part of this, inside workings for so long, with getting the, trying to get these utilities out and making them great and scalable and all that stuff. And, price, that, obviously with Sam at the helm, that, we're not only responsible for getting utilities out, we could be responsible, for, newer people or people that, lost their bag, for their bag, getting 15 to 20x from going to, maybe 5,000 to 200,000. We could change lives. Like, remember, at the beginning, we weren't founders. Like, only Sam was. We were just helpers. So that first run up, we didn't feel like we were, we made us three right here made millionaires. That was EverGrow that did that, and the first team and everything. Now Sam, but this next run, we're going to be more, obviously. More involved. Obviously, we're center involved in it, and we're going to be we're responsible for restoring that, and that's puts a lot on your shoulders, but it also makes us work even harder to do that, knowing that not only for ourselves, because obviously we want to make money for ourselves also because we have bags, but to make your bags as big as they possibly can and change lives. That's something that not a lot of people get to do, or say they get to do.
Yeah, that's true. I'll say this too, and I don't really ever speak about like my personal holdings, but it just makes me think back about this because something you said, Paul. It didn't matter in the early days, how much or how little any one of us had to our commitment level once we got into it. It was just so natural, we came in, like me, I bought as much as I could. And you know what the reality of that is? I had under 10 billion EverGrow for it, if not more than a year. That's as much as I could afford. That's all I had. I had under 10 billion for well over a year. I came in that first week. I started doing the mod stuff, the helper stuff. And then I just kept going. It didn't matter what I had. I loved the community, the project, and I believed in it, just as I do today.
It's so funny because, I think back and you guys really created this environment where you enabled people to contribute in a way that they knew how. I said in the last space that, when I first talked to Sam, like not like on a space, he never made me feel inferior. He made me always feel like an equal. And you guys were the same way. I mean, when I asked a question, you just treated me like an equal. And you said, hey, if this is something you want to take and you want to do, go for it, and run with it. And I really think that attitude just kind of prevails throughout all of EverGrow. If you feel you can contribute in your own way, do it. You don't need my permission, and as long as you're representing EverGrow in the best way possible, go for it. The other day, Xavier on the last space, he said, maybe the spaces could be at a different time. Maybe because they're really late for him, and I totally get that. And a couple of us said, why don't you just do your own? Do your own your own space. And what did he do? He stepped up to the plate and he did it. And he's already had a couple spaces already, EverGrow Nigeria. And I listened to one of them today on the way to groceries, and an amazing job. He's bringing people together, and that's what EverGrow is all about. So hats off.
And there's no better time from now and the next couple months for what we all were doing, because we're going to get a lot of people coming back, a lot of new people. Not saying all 140,000 of them, but we're going to get a lot of people. Stuff's going to start picking up here. So there's no better time to start some spaces and keep it going.
Going to give EverGrow Man a lot more work, is what you're saying.
Oh yeah.
He's going to be out there flying around faster than a speeding bullet,
exactly.
trying to hit every city he can.
And he does an amazing job. Love those videos, man.
But if that price is going up and the products are doing real good and people are using them, everything is a lot easier. Coming to work is a lot easier. Going to make those videos is a lot easier. Doing the space is a lot easier. So we always we're trying to aim for the top. It always makes life easier when everyone's happy and we don't got FUD coming at us in comments and
exactly
this and that. So
and I just got to say too. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Cody.
No, please go ahead.
I got to say, with EverGrow Man, you can't really see him, right? So his face is covered, and so, but you can feel the energy that he brings to, when he's out there in the street and he's handing out brochures and he's got his sign, and you can just tell that energy is contagious. People love this guy, and it just, I don't know what it is. That is genuine 100%. You could tell he loves EverGrow. And I think that so many of us are here that are like that. So yeah, go ahead, Cody.
Oh, I just was going to say something silly. It doesn't really matter. I was really feeling like there was supposed to be, I'm really feeling like a radio plug right now for EverGrow and LuCrow. I can hear it in my head. It's like, have you heard of EverGrow? Do you know what LuCrow is? If not, there is no better time than now. Come on down and see us, evergrowcoin.com.
There you go. Beautiful.
There it is. Improvised radio ads. There you go.
Exactly. Marius, you've been so patient. How are you doing, man? Marius, go ahead and jump up anytime you want.
Hey, sorry, I was trying to post a meme here, like for EverGrow Man. So I was on a different tab.
Sure.
I'm all right. I want to comment a bit on the two topics that I saw the guys talked about. First one is the communication and everything. Since Paul mentioned it, that we were kind of two different teams, like Telegram and Discord, and we had only our somehow managers talking with the above management, whatever. So it was a bit weird to me, because you see, Cody has a professional background, Rocket, Paul, whatever. So when you work in a business, it doesn't make sense to me to be so hard to reach someone who is in like a manager or I won't say Sam or the chairman or whatever, but it should be easy to get someone who is on a higher ranking to transfer something, even for your leader or whatever. So that thing right now is I would say flawless. That communication, it's so much improved, and is really, really important. Because we're doing crypto, so everything moves fast. If you have something, it might be a risk or something, or important info and stuff like that. So these stuff, you really need to communicate to the team like fast. It's and we had it one time like with a creator link leak somewhere. Okay, that happened, but okay, that's different story. But yeah, the communication right now and how the whole thing works, I'm pretty satisfied. And my levels are really really high. Now the second one that I may disappoint most of you by saying this. I know that we are all excited like for the product coming, LunaSky, whatever. But guys, this is just the launch. So we actually start working, like actual working on the product the day is launched, because we need to bring more people in. We need to spread out. We need even the NFT community right now, if you compare it like with other stuff, is small in numbers. So that thing has years in front of it. It has like future. You see NFTs are trying to step in that area, different utilities, different use cases and stuff. So it's good that we're launching a product, and for the vast majority of the holders, you have an actual product running, and I believe everyone will be satisfied. But on that day, the actual work starts for everyone, and that's really important. These are the two things I wanted to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you, Maris. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, manage expectations.
Exactly.
It's a good message to send. On top of that, what he was talking about with the communication. Yeah, the communication, at the beginning was really rough, and then it got a little better with us getting community managers. But then when we got to a management, we made obviously the people that are on the team and are helpers. We actually, we have our own Discord. We have a Teams Discord where that we made, I don't know, maybe a year ago, or
something about that.
It around there. Yeah. So and now everyone has someone to report to, or they can, they have certain channels they go to, or they can just message one of the management team, and then we report to Sam. But everyone has got a channel they go to. If it's something very important, they can message me, Cody or Rocket. If it's something easier, they go through the channels that they need to go through. But it's really cool. We got different channels in the Discord. There's a management channel, one for the other managers, like the Telegram and Discord managers, and then the social media managers. It's kind of like I don't know, it's like steps. What's it called?
I was going to touch on this a little bit, actually. Organizationally, what he's saying is we've come a long way with our communication, to Marius's point, to the point where we created our own EGC team server, which has been extremely efficient for us. So in that server, some of which, Steve, you're familiar with, you're in one of the channels there for the Atlas testing. This way, the staff has direct communication with all of the staff and anyone else that we've brought in that may be in a testing role. So I'm a big stickler for organization. It's part of one of the reasons why I'm a project manager, because I keep things organized. I organize things. So it's been really great. I love it because we're able to communicate in different channels. We might have a management chat where it's just us four, Rocket, Sam, and Paul. And then we have a lobby where it's everyone that is staff of EverGrow, from helpers all the way up to Sam, and everyone can communicate in there together. We might have, like Paul was referencing, other channels that are broken down per function, right? So, which is fantastic, like LunaSky, Atlas, maybe it's like the customer service team, et cetera. So it's been fantastic. And that certainly has increased our productivity, our efficiency with being able to communicate and just get things done quickly and more efficiently. So I love it. We've come a long way, to Paul's point. Yeah, long way. From DMs all over the place to less channels, more efficient organization, one server, everybody's there. It's really great.
And this way, Sam, all the management team can see all the channels. You can see that we can see everything, and then Sam can also see everything. So Sam if he wants, can jump in to any of the channels and respond to someone if he feels like he wants to, or send a message to the entire team if he wants to. And
That's
we
right.
actually, going through this, a year ago, we were trying to figure out, do we want to use Microsoft Teams? Do we want to use Telegram, Discord? And we tested these out for like a month, because there's a lot of people that just like Telegram and they don't like Discord. And, they don't, a lot of us never use, Teams or Slack before. We tried them all, and we came down to using Discord because we thought it was the best for what we all needed. Some people don't always like to be on it, but they've actually got on it and learned that it's a good for communication and stuff. I like to use it all the time. Other people just use it for that communication, but we've tried everything, and the consensus was to use that because we can share screens and video chat and do a lot of stuff that other stuff can't do.
Yeah, true. I'll say this too, just from the management's point of view, it's one of our main priorities to ensure that we're fully aware of being what everyone is talking about. So if they need us, we're there for them instantaneously. We want to be available to everyone instantaneously. We want to be able to, like Paul said, we see all the channels. So I'm always reading those chats. I think everyone knows that about me at this point. And that way, we can, if somebody has a question or they say something they need to know and they're not sure where to turn to find out, we're right there. We've read it. We can pop in. We can say, hey, this is what's going on. Or if someone needs us, they tag us and boom, we're right there. And that's very important. We want to make sure that they have direct access to us and us to them, so because we all work together.
Hassan, do you have a quick question before we get right into the meat and potatoes of the space?
Yes. Two things. I'm still waiting for the video on how to stake your lucro.
Okay. Yeah, I know you asked me about that. Is any, there's some kind of help out there.
I have one.
Go ahead.
It's
Paul's got one.
I made a video. It's on the.
Yeah, I saw one, but to me it's a little confusing. Is that the one where it's just following doesn't doesn't speak?
I'll tell you what, Hassan.
Yeah, no, it doesn't speak. No, yeah, it doesn't.
I'll tell you what, Hassan, maybe we can get together on a Zoom call or something, and I can kind of like show you how I would walk you through it, and maybe that might help.
Okay.
But,
one day I tried to stake some coins, and I lost money. Maybe I did it the wrong way, so I don't want to make the same mistake. I'm very...
Yeah, for sure.
I want to be careful about it, yeah.
I'm about 3/4 of the way through a video on how to stake, and I've got screenshots of the whole deal. I'll try and get that done this weekend for you, and hopefully that helps. If you still have questions, I'd be happy to walk you through maybe on a call or something.
Okay, thank you.
Wow, Steve, that's an awesome gesture right there. I just got to call that out for everybody. That's exactly what we're talking about. Why everyone is so amazing here. Steve is the host who already does so much. Takes a second to say, you know what? I'm happy to do a Zoom call with you and help you learn how to do lucro staking.
And if Steve gets busy, message EverCommunity, the Discord to support on Twitter, and someone on there will take you step by step through it.
Good call.
If they can't and you fail that too, give me a message at the last. If all that doesn't work and you're still having trouble, give me a contact and I'll get you through. If Steve doesn't work out and then EverCommunity doesn't work out, then
same here.
And
we'll make it
happen. Reach out to myself too if you need any help, Gerson, or anybody else.
If it's anybody other than who's here, like Paul, Cody, please do not share any of your seed phrase or anything like that. Just normal security tips. Even if, let's say, somebody was walking you through a Zoom call, I would never ask to see your screen so that I would see your balance or anything like that. So just be careful, and we'll get you there. We'll get you there.
We will never message you first.
Exactly.
And that goes for everybody in this entire chat. No one from the team or EverGrow will message you first. If that does happen and you think it's us, it's probably a scam.
Yeah.
If you actually think it's us, you can always go and verify it, through, Discord or whatever, and message us or whatever it is. But, you got to make 100% sure if someone messaged you first, but that won't happen. There's very few times where I message someone first, and if that happens, it's like in general chat or whatever. I'll be like, hey, message me, man, or whatever. Or it's someone I've already messaged with, so they know it's they know it's me. Like me and Steve go back and forth. I can message him first because he knows my account and stuff like that. But if you have any kind of doubt, never even if you're on with me or Steve, or Cody or Rocket, we'll never ask for your seed phrase.
Never.
We'll never, ask for any of that. So,
if you ever do get a question like that, you should, even if it looks like it's coming from me, be suspicious and just kind of like terminate it. Just right, don't go any further, because I would never ask you for that. Nobody would, right? So I appreciate the question, but we'll get you there, Hassan. So let me reach out to you maybe a little later today or tomorrow. So let's get in. We've just already an hour in, right? So obviously this is space number 48. I was going to kind of go into the normal news and all that, scams and all that stuff, but I think what really people want to hear is the title of this space is LunaSky is down. The countdown has started. So Cody, for those who are not in the know, what does that mean?
The countdown has begun. Yeah. So what that means is that the beta has been permanently disabled. Everyone rejoice. I am doing the dance right now. Please imagine me dancing, because it's really bad, really bad. Yeah, beta's permanently taken down. That means we are in the final preparation stages of releasing the full launch. So the big question is when, right? Well, when? How long? How long till launch? How long will it be down? Well, I'm not going to tell you, because I can't. But no, we don't want this to be down for very long. The point now is to fine-tooth comb the last aspects of this platform, finish a couple of last-minute adjustments, and put this thing out. That's essentially what it means. Time to go.
I've seen people posting like, 48 hours or whatever. If it doesn't come from you guys, it's take it with a grain of salt. I appreciate 100%. Their enthusiasm. I really do.
Yeah, 100%.
Look, I mean, here's basically what needs to be done, and no Cody to get mad. I can basically say this is basically they need to finish off the migration. So they need to finish that off, and they're doing one last push, which is getting in tomorrow. The rest of the fixes that Cody and Rocket had them, UI fixes, whatever it is, that's gonna be pushed by tomorrow. And then hopefully Monday, we're gonna get together as a team. And I'll tell you it's exactly what is left to be done. No BS, but there's always a time frame. Is we're gonna go through it page by page with Sam and the entire team, page by page, make sure if there's any mess up or whatever, Cody's going to take note of it. If this needs to be out of line or this or that, do one final check of the entire site, every single page, note it. Like we just said, we don't know how many there's going to be, but if there's going to be something, it's like, oh, move this, a quarter inch this way, or, move this button over there, like easy stuff. Go over that. And then Cody, can you give that to the design devs? And then, hopefully it's not a lot of them. Finish the migration, and then also whatever fixes that we give them with the UI. Everything Cody said the back end is working. Rocket said the back end all is working. 99.9%. So they fix that, and then they can launch. So
yep.
That's it.
Couple UI and UX things, of course, that kind of comes hand in hand. So yeah, he's right. I mean, it's just going to be a last prep and overview of the platform, and once we give the word, it will come out. So we certainly are looking at this as time is of the essence, but at the same time continuing our original plan of being thorough, being methodical, and not rushing this thing. But like I said before, when that beta is turned off, that countdown begins. So just keep that in mind.
It won't be at the beginning of the week. Look, let's just, I'll tell you that right now. We got to go over everything first. So, that 48 hours, 72 hours, it's not going to be the beginning of the week. So,
I love the speculation and the enthusiasm, as Steve said. It's awesome. But yes, it is not going to be at the beginning of the week. It is not going to be in 24, 48, 72 hours. If you see anyone saying that, just grain of salt and smile and grain of salt with that until we say it.
But they're not a long way away, though. Go ahead.
Yeah, we saw it like in Backbash, where the guys like made a tour like 2 or 3 times to actually manage and do the tour for all the people there. And the devs did another push, and then everything was slower, and we had bugs that reappeared and stuff like that. So it's so like sometimes it's so random. Well, like you have these cases like. Cody was doing the presentation. We saw the page working and everything, and then we tried to do something, and it wasn't. So
yeah. That's I forgot about that at this point. But yeah, I mean, he's right. The user acceptance testing, which was the bug bash, that was extremely enlightening. And the great thing is about that type of utility, the bug bash was designed. The user acceptance aspect of it was designed to be. A fast process. This particular type of utility, it didn't need to go on for weeks and weeks and weeks because we were able to obtain all of the data that we needed from that, continue working on those elements, and continue building what was still occurring in the background, like in our internal Q&A and stuff like that. So, it's great because now there's just a couple of things left to get resolved and to get updated, and there we go.
Awesome. Thanks for giving us an idea of what it's going to look like, and so we can kind of put that 24 to 48 hours to bed for now. EverGrow Love, thanks for being patient.
Oh yeah, I'll always be patient, especially when Paul's talking. So just wanted to make a couple comments. So one, I'm going to pick on you, and Paul, when you tweet something out, like you put 3 faces up, somebody like me is going to interpret that as being 3 hours, like I posted. So, just letting you know. So, no, but on a serious note, I know a lot of people. One of the first questions that comes to mind when you say we're going to move this over a quarter inch or we're going to do this, so a lot of people are going to say, well, can't you just do that in a later update and go ahead and release it? What people need to understand is that this needs to be as close to perfect as possible because you have so many people that are waiting on the sidelines to throw as much FUD at it as they can. You got people that are dedicated to OpenSea, dedicated to all these other NFT platforms and stuff, and they don't want a new platform. It doesn't matter how successful it is. They want to stay where they're at. They want it to be the most successful platform. So this needs to be as perfect as it can be. And if it takes waiting another week, I mean, look how long we've waited already, okay? If it takes waiting another week to get something moved a quarter an inch just to make it freaking perfect, man, jump on board and just support the project like you've been supporting it since day one.
100%. Well said. Thank you.
You make a very, I mean, that's the best point possible. But the second point also is we got a boss that is very, very precise about that kind of stuff, of making sure stuff is in alignment. And like if little things are off, it bothers the hell out of him. Like, so literally, it's not just, for that. I mean, Sam is a stickler for details. He picks up stuff that, I wouldn't even, I can't, I'm just like, really, how do you see that? You're sitting there driving and you see something that I didn't see, or Cody or Rocket didn't see. It's so weird.
But let me touch on that really quick. He's very meticulous, is what he's saying. Very, very meticulous, which is a good thing, right?
Yeah,
100%. Yeah, it's great because, he could not be meticulous. He could be the kind of yes boss, like, okay, cool, go for it. And we're not perfect. We're humans, and because we've been in the trench for so long with it, there are aspects to it that we have to have outside eyes on, and not just that, but outside eyes that are from varying levels of experience, from someone who has never even looked at an NFT platform to someone like Sam, who's very meticulous, to someone who's very experienced in the NFT world, like our friends we brought in from other communities to test it, stuff like that. So it's been great.
And remember, just like the wallet, and I was, messing around with LunaSky, and just, because we're going to, we're aiming for perfect, for alignment, all this and that. Look, there's still stuff to add, updates. This is just, they've added so many features and this and that, and it's like a whole different platform now. But obviously it's not OpenSea yet. Let's make sure we manage expectations too. It can do all the yeah.
The build goes on, right?
Yeah, we still have they still have things to add, and they got a priority they can they're going to make where they can that the they're going to get plenty of feedback from you guys on what should be first and that. But if something's not there, like a statistic or that you wanted to be there, it will come. But I mean, this thing, you're going to be like it's a obviously a whole brand new platform, and it's totally different than the first one. It's just
this is a good point too. We're really going to depend on everyone to keep submitting that feedback, keep giving us your suggestions. Those are the things this platform is built on, y'all. Like, really, this platform is built on your suggestions, your feedback, not just the things that we in the internally have said need to happen with this, or our consultations with experienced developers of platforms like this, or experienced developers in Web3. I mean, a lot of this stuff is built on your suggestions. So your feedback is essential. It is crucial, and I can't wait to see the suggestions, the feedbacks, the constructive attributes that are submitted, and stuff like that. So that's going to be fantastic. And yes, like Paul said, there is a very nice list of what we're going to call priority 2 items. Obviously, priority 1 is launch, right? So priority 1 items are for launch. Priority 2 items will start right after launch, and we'll start implementing those types of things. So,
one thing, real quick, if I can just jump in. One of the nice things is, because of how well built the platform is, the community is going to be able to mold it into what they want it to ultimately be.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and
I agree with that. Sorry, Paul. I agree with that, but there is a line where you say, okay, we're good to go from this point onwards, and I think the line we have there is it makes a statement for LunaSky that there is something here, there is some serious work, some features and stuff like that they make a point, and onwards it's just you keep adding stuff. So to me it was like it was a really amazing experience, and I'm a guy that he gets addicted to games and stuff, so I want to but get some hours on it and see what is going on and discover stuff that's it's gonna keep you busy for
I'd
sure.
like to focus on your point where you said line. Like, there's a line, right? Just really quick, and I think that's a really important thing to call out, because it makes me think back about what we have conversed about in regards to this thing over the past year, right? It's not only going to be what it should have and what you deserve to have, but it'll also have its unique features. So we established that line. And that line has changed a little bit as development has changed, because as you develop, things come up, not just like issues and stuff, but things come up that you need to change, whether it be from a design aspect, because something works a little better in this way versus that way, or from a UX aspect too. Those things come up. So, we had the established line. The line changed a little bit to where other things maybe got swapped, moved, disregarded, or added. The platform will be everything that you would expect from a traditional ERC 721 type platform. Again, you will have 1155 availability as a priority 2 item, but also unique features, and not just the unique features that will exist at the launch, but the unique features that we will be adding afterwards, wink, wink, that we will talk about at some point very soon.
I want to say something about perfection, and then let EverGrow Love speak. That hasn't been mentioned.
Hey, you're muted, Paul.
And that is the splash page, the coming soon splash page, which I think is absolutely perfect, absolutely beautifully done. I don't know who did it, but I have sent that out on my social media to people that are involved in crypto and some that don't even know what crypto is. I have gotten more compliments from people who are complete strangers to crypto from that design and how beautiful that coming soon page is. Whoever did that, thank you.
Rocket Surgeon. Rocket Surgeon made that image, of course, with his excellent AI skills. He made that image. Then our devs, we worked with them to come up with the right overlay. Of course, the font is the same font type as the website. Did a little bit of shadowing and just outline on the font so it pops with the image he made. And then you make high-res versions of that, which Rocket also did. And from that point, take the image, devs do the overlay onto it, HTML, and you make sure you have different sizes for mobile, desktop, etc., portrait, landscape, so on.
I was thinking about, like at the beginning, I wanted like a video, like a 10-second video when it came on, like, the moon came up and that little guy walked and gotten smaller and smaller. But then we sat back and talked about it and was just like, look, it's only going to be up for a short amount of time. So, why have that? And it would take longer to load and all that. So let's just go with a still picture and it looked great. And we got, this thing that made the resolution a lot better. If it would have been up longer, we probably would have went the more like video route. But, I think what we have right there just for the few days that'll be up is, more than enough since we're so busy with everything else. But Rocket did a fantastic job with it. You're right, CWP.
Thank you, Rocket. I really, really appreciate it. It does look absolutely amazing. And did you hear that, guys? Paul said a few days.
Oh my gosh, Paul, I'm on the way to your house right now, brother. You're in trouble. I'm on the way.
I'm the one that came out and said it's not going to be the beginning of the week. That's a few days. So I'm just saying, like,
positioning police. My red phone's ringing. Positioning police.
I told everyone the process, the migration, so when that is done, it'll be done. If it's done on Wednesday or next Saturday or something, or, next Monday, it's going to,
I'm in the car.
That's not a long process, but it is a process. But I can tell you this: they waited to put the page up, until we're right there. There's obviously I just told you what's left. It's not much.
Oh, this reminds me, Steve, about thanks, Paul. It just reminded me, and I'm on the way. Positioning police. My red phone's ringing. I'm in the car now, driving to your house. Steve, you said earlier your tweet, and I said, "Oh, I want to talk about your tweet."
Sure.
It was so funny, and like somebody said something about my tweet last night about how I was like, "Oh, good night, I'm going to bed." I swear to y'all, that was not planned. I literally had got home from like this 11.5-hour drive. I was like, "All right. Going to sleep. It's done. I'm done." And then the devs were like, "Okay, I think we're ready." And I'm like, "Okay, not going to bed. Awesome. Let's do this." So that was not planned. It wasn't like a strategic thing. It just kind of, it was funny how it lined up like that. I was going to crash. We were all kind of done for the night. And then they said they were ready to go. And then boom, me and Rocket and Paul popped up. And then it, obviously was, the beta was disabled. In your tweet, this is where I'm going with this. So it was so funny because we had a little tweet ready, like coming soon, and then just the link. And Steve, you were so fast on it that we couldn't get the official tweet out before Steve had found it and tweeted it out.
Messed up your plan.
And I was like, oh my gosh, and like I'm like DMing Rocket, like, what did I say to him last night? I said, "Oh, sorry if I got spastic, buddy." I was like in his DMs, like, "How's the tweet coming, brother? Where are you at, brother?" He's like, "Oh, I'm right here." And then boom, Steve tweets it out. And I'm like, "Oh no." And then,
I stepped away for 1 minute. And of course, that's when it launched. We were waiting, just waiting for hours.
I'm like looking back at that DM, Rocket. I was like, "Yeah, I sent you about 15 messages there in a span of 8 seconds, didn't I? My bad. Sorry about that." Steve, that was awesome, man. I loved it. I looked up and there you were. You posted. I'm like, heck yeah.
That's
awesome.
Funny. That's so funny because I've got a tracker for EverGrow. And so whenever there's a change to the website, I get an alert, right? Unfortunately, it's just every 24 hours. But I can't take full credit because I was on Discord and somebody had said, LunaSky's down. And I quickly went and loaded it. And that's when I said, like, oh man, is this it? So I can't remember who had said that. Was it Adam H or I can't remember now. But so yeah, so it was just kind of timing. I got lucky.
Oh,
I got lucky.
They said that before the splash image was even up. It was so funny because like it takes about 10 minutes for Cloudflare, right? So they disable it. It just says whatever it said, that weird error message some people, would have when they first checked it. And then it kicks in and the landing page redirects the DNS and it shows the splash image, right? So it's funny because I remember that. Somebody posted that too, but it wasn't the actual image yet because it hadn't loaded. And then when you saw it, it finally loaded. So you tweeted it, which was fantastic.
It's so funny. Yeah, it's so funny. Just how it kind of worked out. Yeah, funny. EverGrow left. Sorry to keep you waiting, man.
Oh no, that's not a problem at all. Yeah, you almost carried on long enough. I almost forgot what I was going to say, but yeah. So I said earlier about when Paul tweeted out the 3 faces. Man, you already failed. You just said a few days, man. That's like critical fail right there, man. You really got to get on the ball. Comments, bro.
Somebody on Discord right now is going, Paul said 3 days.
I am glad that I am not the only one that gives him a hard time about this because, bless him, I've been giving him a hard time. He's been dealing with me in that regard for 18 months, him and Sam. I'm like, hey, guys, that tweet you made at 1:37 p.m. on the 12th, yeah, I'd like to talk to you about that. And they're like, oh, God, here comes Cody. Position, please.
One thing I'll definitely catch something and throw it right back out there just because I like to be obnoxious. No, I did want to comment on, some people are thinking that we're coming out to replace a lot of NFT marketplaces, and I think I've even made that comment a couple times. Hey, we're coming out. The goal is to be better, right? Well, I kind of need to take that back a little bit, and we need to look at it a little bit differently. We're not out there to just take the meat and bones from everybody, okay? We're out there to be a part of the community. We just want to be one of those ones that people think of first. And in order to do that perfection, that, making sure everything's right, that's going to be a key to this. We're out there to compete against them, not to take them over. Twitter didn't come on to take over Facebook. They came on to compete against them. And look what's happened. You got users on both sides. That's the same thing we're doing. OpenSea's not going anywhere. All these other ones aren't going anywhere. We just need to take our share.
And you think of
excellent point.
Yeah, what is LunaSky going to bring to the table that's different from other marketplaces? Go ahead, Cody. Sorry.
Well, no, you're good. I was just saying, excellent point. You're good.
You start off small, and the strategy here is also is you build we're going to build a community around LunaSky. OpenSea doesn't have like a community around. Actually like OpenSea, they got the communities inside of the thing. So, where we're going to make a community around LunaSky, but, we have to start, more so Rocket and Cover saying we, but, we're going to start small around the communities and, we got a nice little marketing plan, but, get smaller communities, onto LunaSky, engaged, and then work our way up as, more users add on, and then, maybe, once in a while you get a bigger project that comes on there, brings a load of people. And then, I think, at some point I don't know when the future could be 6 months, a year, 2 years, or it might not never happen. But if you can get like a huge project that like takes off or whatever, and the next thing you know, this humongous like community, like Bored Apes community, like emerges. Next thing you know, your platform just blows up or something like that. Like that's the way I see it. Like something, all that work accumulates. It's smaller projects. Next thing you know, like it's a rush of bigger project. This one big project gets on, and next thing you know, all the others get listed, back to back because they need to be on it too. So, however long that takes, but just like with the wallet, you start off small and you get, people used to it. You want to get the smaller projects and the users on it first, and then you build until you get a good, nice, amount of people, and you keep adding stuff, and you just keep growing it, and you try to do it as fast as you can, but with quality.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to say one thing to EverGrow Love's point, if I may, just really quick. EverGrow Love, well said. I agree with you. I love that. And that just makes me want to say out loud to all of our friends and even people we don't know out there that are building, keep building. We support you. We got your back. We absolutely want you to succeed. We may all be, working for some of the same community or let me say this, we may all be, I don't want to use the word competitors, right? Because to me, we're not competitors, but at the same time, it's business. We're all kind of working for the same investors or pushing to get the same investors. But again, we're all doing it. We can all support each other, and we should. And that's what it's about. Celebrate each other's successes, be grateful along the way, and really encourage, others outside of your business to do well. I want to see those people do well. I want my friends to build. I want people I don't know to keep building. As long as you're cool and you're respectful along the way, I think every one of us will have your back 1,000%.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in this space right now that are involved in other projects, and congratulations to those guys.
Yeah.
I'll support them 100%. You know what I mean? And I think they're doing a great job. And again, it's not like you have to be all or nothing, right? We can all do our thing and support each other and not be like we're betraying the project. You know what I mean? So
we have not just with Atlas Wallet, where we're going to be, where it's its own brand, where we're going to, partner with other projects to, be on the swap, to have their name on the swap, and we're going to work with them to do some stuff. Every project that we do, I can't really go into it too much, but there's also something else that's going to be announced where, we're going to, other projects will be supporting us and we'll be supporting them.
Careful, Paul. Careful, Paul.
I don't know, but guys, but I'm just saying, it makes a good point that, you just don't have to support one project. We're going to move into this thing where, other communities and stuff can, it's okay to support more than one crypto. And you can have one main crypto, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like we all make, it's always good to diverse, your investments. It's never, you can have one, obviously your main thing, but it's always good to diverse. That's, even Sam will tell you the same thing. You don't need to, hate others. If you hate them, then, just don't buy them, and just ignore them. That's what I do. Even if I lost money, I still blame myself. That's why I used to blame projects if I lost money on them, but, now I just understand that it's all on me. Even if, the project rugged or, they didn't deliver or whatever, still on me. I made the investment, and I always blame myself. However, other people sometimes don't believe that, and they give us shit for being delayed and this and that, and they make good points, and all we can do is try to make it up to everyone, and I think we will.
Very, very well said. Thank you. Really appreciate it. So I'd like to, if we have time, I'll just normally, like I said, we start with news and all that stuff. Let me just go scroll down here and see how many new faces. I see a lot of familiar people, but also some new faces. But I'll just do a quick introduction. So this is obviously space number 48. I am EverGrow Steve, so I am a volunteer. I just kind of do these spaces for the EverGrow community just to bring everybody together. And in these spaces, we talk about EverGrow, obviously, LunaSky, NFT Marketplace, Atlas Wallet, LuCrow token, LuCrow games, and future utilities that are on the horizon for EverGrow. So normally I get into news first, right, and just kind of cover some crypto news. What's going on out there in the market and what influences crypto prices, right? However, I'm going to start with scams first because I usually try to keep everybody informed of the latest kind of maybe it's not even the newest scam, but maybe it's something that's going around, right? There's this project out there called EverGrow 2.0. It started, it has absolutely nothing to do with EverGrow at all. They have a token, there's a website out there, and there's also people doing YouTube videos on it. So like I said, this project is not affiliated with EverGrow in any way. It is not endorsed by the team in any way, and most likely, probably a scam. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, obviously there's lots of other projects like, Pepe 2.0, Pepe 3.0 that are actually, legitimate projects, but even Sam took away with this one, and like 20% of the tokens are going to the team, and it just doesn't pass the smell test. So it's not like we're sitting there telling you not to buy another project because it's named EverGrow 2.0. You can name your thing whatever it is, but it just doesn't pass the smell test. The website doesn't. What they're doing doesn't. They're retweeting Sam. If you're trying to do your own project, you don't retweet another project. You can make the same contract, but have your own material. They don't. So that's why it kind of looks scamish, and we're just trying to tell you guys, do your own research. Obviously, all up to you guys whether you invest or not to invest. But we're just telling you what we see. We're not telling you not to buy something because its name's it's a competitor of ours. They're not a competitor, but we're just trying to help you guys out.
I noticed too that I just did a little bit of digging, and the domain used by that organization is under Domains by Proxy site, which is under GoDaddy, and they specialize in hiding the identity of the registrant because normally you can search who registered this website, right, for the transparency. So that's one thing. The phone number they have on there is listed out of South Africa. There is a YouTube video going around taking credit for the BUSD rewards that are affiliated with our project, not theirs. I'm just going to go out on a limb because I listened to this guy's video and all that stuff. I'm going to go out on a limb and probably say this guy doesn't know any better because within like 20 minutes, I was able to find out who this guy was, all that stuff, where he lives, and he just does a ton of videos on just various crypto projects. He doesn't seem like he did any research on it all that much. He's just kind of winging it. So I'm going to just guess that he doesn't know any better and he's just kind of saw a new project, hoping to get maybe a good run on a YouTube. You can make some money on YouTube videos, right? So obviously if it goes viral and they get a lot of CPMs, then, you're doing well. So, but just be careful, guys. Don't get fooled. It's, go ahead, EverGrow Love.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I was just going to say that just goes back to the same point of, don't always just follow the influencer. I mean, if a good influencer is going to do their research before they start promoting videos and stuff, if that influencer, the one that's putting it up on YouTube, didn't actually do their research, I don't claim that as just not knowing any better. I call that as trying to manipulate the market and trying to manipulate his followers. I don't agree with that. I'm sorry. I don't think we've ever done that, and I don't think we ever will.
So yeah, actually, when I watched this guy, right, I was like, he's got these glasses on, like he's trying to hide his identity, and all that stuff. And I just looked through all his videos, and he does the same shtick. You know what I mean? It's just how he looks, right? It's just how he does his thing. So like, I don't know. I could be wrong.
Steve,
yeah.
It's just but there was a discussion previously before I got on the space on Telegram, and there are like two different opinions on it. One is the team announced this and that, be careful, do your own reading and everything, and the other one that is tokens like these actually help the chart and stuff. So yes, in the past we gave kudos to projects that actually were having EGCS rewards and stuff like that, but it didn't happen, right off the bat. It took months and months for them, to be established and make some actual work on their tokens and stuff. So that's different. It depends on the case. Now this is a fair lunch, whatever. It trying to hit the trend and stuff like that. These kind of tokens launch like every day, like several. If you go and see like fresh launches, like Degen launches, you will see like SafeMoon, you will see like SafeMoon 2.0. EGC is not that popular in the Degen world. It sometimes it's there, but you will see them. Now this one, because it's trying to get some engagement from either replying on tweets and stuff that we send or following team members and stuff like that, is kind of different. It's kind of it's aggressive, and historically we don't like that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's why I guess Sam or whoever sent the tweet decided to do it, because it's kind of aggressive, and we saw what happened with other tokens that were targeting our holders and our community that is not always as it seems to be.
Mm-hmm.
And even as Paul said, like even from the distribution and stuff like that, which is, I take it as a generic stuff to know about tokens and launches and everything. It kind of looks a bit off. So yeah.
There's always, we've said this in the past in other spaces, that there will always be times where at critical phases, like especially now, where people will try to piggyback on your success, and they will try to take advantage of this hype that you're building around your project in order to benefit them. So it doesn't surprise me that it's happening now. Just like when we had beta launch. I mean, we had brute force attacks, right? That happened, and it's just going to happen. It's just that you get that attention, and there's always somebody trying to target you, and for whatever reason, right? Test your weaknesses, or stuff like that. So I don't know. It's kind of one of those things. I'm not really too sure. I'm not really too concerned about it. I think the best thing to do is make your holders aware on all platforms. Just be real careful. Just there's going to be questions out there, and there's going to be probably a lot of promises from other projects trying to steal market share from us. But we just gotta educate them, and hopefully, if you want to go in that route, and you want to go and and see if you can make some money on it, by all means. But it's like Paul said earlier, if it doesn't work out, you only kind of have yourself to blame, right? So, go ahead, EverGrow.
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on that and just say that I'm also impressed about some of the other communities that I've seen that have actually supported our concerns over that EGC 2.0 and retweeted to warning of people, and they're it's just that shows the respect that we have and that we give other people. For them to actually be concerned enough to repost that and to share that information with their holders as well.
Absolutely, and that's been earned, right, by conducting yourself professionally, and over the past year and a half now, we're almost going on 2 years soon. Sam and the team conduct themselves, and I think a very, very professional way. Sure, there's going to be disagreements, and you're going to see things occasionally here and there, but for the most part, I think you guys are top shelf. So
integrity at its finest,
yeah.
Right? Integrity. What is integrity? Doing the right thing, especially when no one is looking.
100%, exactly.
But this is, and this adds on the previous point that was made, like where LunaSky goes and how we make sure that this will work and and grow and everything. So if you're working with like your working ethics and how the team operates, being transparent, listening to feedback, being openly like in spaces, talking with each other, and all that, like it will work. Like there's, I don't see something here that is, scummy or fishy or something like that. You have committed people working on it. You have the funds to support it. You have a community that is there, and obviously with a product will be more, engaged and all of this. So all of this matters, like how you succeed. And in my head, it comes as a, as any project that you see like lifting off and going to the moon, as we say, there is a catalyst, and nobody knows when it will explode. Like Paul mentioned before, you gather a lot of small communities and stuff, and then you suddenly can get a deal with a big project, and you never know when that will come, and you never know what the actual catalyst is. You can go and get the top number one like project and put it on LunaSky, but nothing happens. So yeah, it takes time, and nobody knows when. The timing is just random, but you have to keep working on your way to make it happen. Otherwise, it's just one of the same. It's just whatever is out there.
Yeah,
so we need to show some character, and I guess we'll do all right.
Yeah, agree. I want to say one thing really quick to that. just to kind of piggyback off that, I've always been a very big advocate for diplomacy, and I've always spoken about diplomacy, and I just think it's really important, and I just want to mention that out loud too, because it ties into all of this. Being diplomatic with each other, being diplomatic with people outside of our project, being diplomatic when there are confrontations. That's extremely important. There is never a reason to not be able to have a mature confrontation. Life is going to have confrontations. Life is going to have disagreements. They can always be handled in a diplomatic and mature way, and they should.
Well, let me jump on that and say I agree with Cody 100%. But I'll tell you this: there are times where my other side, the bad side of me, the bad Paul side of me, gets the better of me, and me and Sam are kind of the same in that way. Where sometimes, feel the need to defend ourselves or to defend the project or a friend, in a way where I defend Sam's a friend, or he defends the project, or I defend him, or defend each other. And sometimes why are you doing that or whatever? Well, sometimes I just can't be diplomatic, and sometimes I get, but that's why I got Cody and Rocket, and Sam sometimes with me to tell me to calm down, to not hold me back, but I like to I'm very, in my normal life, especially when I was younger, very confrontational, very outspoken. I could be I call anyone out, whatever. I didn't care what I said, but in the role that I'm in now, I have to be careful because I'm representing an entire community. So it's a lot different. I'm not just on my own and can't tweet I can't tweet. If I try to tweet at some community, and they all come attack us, it doesn't accomplish nothing. Now, if I was on my own, it would just affect me. But I can't think about just myself.
I mean, this kind of reminds me of some of those tweets this week. I was just feeling kind of inspirational. I like to read a lot of things and just about different subjects. And I tweeted a few things. I think you commented on a few of them, Steve, about one of them, I think, was emotional resilience, right? I mean, no one is born with, just a suit of armor that is resilient. I mean, we're human beings, we have to learn and we have to adapt and we have to train ourselves, and these are great points. And you know what? We have to not only hold ourselves accountable, but sometimes we also have to hold those who are close to us or those that we work with or our friends or our family accountable too. It's important that we hold each other accountable as well as ourselves, right? So,
And it's funny too, because I can tell that you're protective of not only the organization, but you're protective of each other. And, I've seen instances where you've seen like, no, that's not how it happened. And you're like, okay, so this needs to be called out because this is not exactly truthful 100%. There's always three, somebody told me there's always like three sides to every, there's their story, their version, his version, and the truth. You know what I mean? And so, it's tempting too, of course, to take it to that level and say, listen, I gotta call you out on this because I don't agree, and I don't know whatever your motives are, but I appreciate that you guys are protective of each other. I appreciate that you're protective of the organization and what it stands for. But yeah, that was just my point there. Go ahead, EverGrow Love.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I agree with them. At the same time, everybody's got a boiling point. Everybody's got a tipping scale. You can be careful. You can tread on, tread with respect and stuff. There comes a point when that respect is just not earned anymore, and you've got to cross that line. I mean, that's just human nature. And you got to think too. A lot of us have been here since we started. I mean, especially your OGs and everybody. And it's almost like your own child at this point. You've been in it so long, you've watched it grow, you've nurtured it, you've helped it along, you've created things for it, you've promoted it. So, yeah, you get a little defensive, But at the same time, I mean, like Paul and Cody and Rocket, I mean, I'm sure they've seen, I'm not one to hold my tongue. Sometimes if the community puts out or Sam puts out a tweet or something and he says we're going to do this, I'm one of the first ones that raises questions and says why, and I don't do it because for a personal benefit usually. I mean, I'm doing it because I know that the community is going to have those questions and they deserve those answers as to why something's going to happen a certain way. And, the respect from the mods and the respect from Paul and everybody for reaching out, that just goes a long way with, answering those questions and making sure that people stay informed. And that kind of, simmers down some of the effects that might otherwise boil over, because you get somebody that's asking the questions to have those conversations in a respectful way, and other people get to see that, and then they get to join in and be respectful at the same point. But if it starts off being disrespectful, like we've seen with some of these other projects that are coming at us, well, it's kind of hard to remain respectful when you're not even starting it off that way. So, just kind of pay attention to the tone you're putting across when you make some of your posts and such. And but other than that, yeah, we definitely everybody's a human being. Everybody has a tipping point, and just be understanding.
No, 100%. That's a great point, and it just clicked to me because I wanted to make like three. I wanted to comment on three stuff before, and I forgot the last one. So if you're clear to your community and everyone, like what is going on, and being transparent and informative and answering like every question, you don't have just 10 people or 15 people that work day in day out in chats explaining stuff. You have now like 100 of people, and most of them are in this space right now, that they're pretty much aware of what is going on, and they can transfer that message like to the rest of the community that they are not aware, or new investors, or just anyone. And I see this like from your tweets, from I don't know, several people in this space, that they do this, and they answer questions on Twitter, everywhere they do that. And this is like a, it kind of I don't. It helps us to keep it like I cannot find the words, guys. It's like 2 after midnight for me. Sorry. So yeah, it kind of pays off, and having all that, and it's just it's amazing.
We have so many people that are connected in different ways to the project. I think of like an org chart, right? You start from the top, work your way down, and of course the amount of people are at the bottom. And I don't mean that in a linear kind of like, less important or more important, just the connectiveness, right? Some people can be more connected to the project than others just because of time. They're busy with work, busy with life, and maybe they check in once a week. Maybe they check in once a month or every 6 months. And all of us that contribute can maybe answer that question. Maybe we're not there at that time. Like I can't be there at that time of the day, and somebody posts a question on Telegram, Discord, or Facebook, or Twitter. There's somebody there, and people are eager to answer questions and help. I think that's what sets this community aside from so many others. There's real kind of camaraderie among EverGrow, the family.
Yeah,
I tell you,
that's true.
I tell you
Connective tissue. Sorry, Paul.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I agree with you. I'll tell you this though, to be straight up with you guys, understand this. We're very transparent about our failures in the past and the delays and deadlines that we missed. If we weren't like that, it would be hard for our mods and us to sit there and answer questions, because when they're waiting on stuff, and everyone's sitting there coming in the chats and when and bringing up this and that. If they don't have an answer to say, look, just to tell the truth, that they actually had to make excuses for us, that makes their job so much harder. Than they're lying and this and that, and brings more morale down, and it makes it that much harder. So that's, it's not another reason why we're transparent. We're transparent anyway, but just being that transparent, our mods can actually, and us can actually, say, just talk about what has actually happened, and tell it like it is, as much as we possibly can without violating NDAs and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't know where I was going with that, but it makes it easier on them with talking and getting through the hard times. It's when stuff's going good, answering questions is very easy. And the price is going up, stuff is all working, and especially back in 2021. Those are great times in there, just rocking away, watching the price go up.
Absolutely. And when the price is going up, everybody's happy, right? They don't ask
Everyone's always
necessarily the
happy.
questions because, they're sitting back waiting and they're looking at their bag and they're like, well, when is this going to be worth what it was worth before, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Gift and a curse. But I think, it's better for us because, our other projects when they only have, 5, 10,000. I mean, even look at LuCrow, that has 4,000 holders, but still did, 10 million in volumes that first couple days.
Mm-hmm.
That we have a widespread net that people are going to get our message. So, if like I said, if we start getting a little traction with all these things starting to come out, like we cast such a big net. And there's, so many people that still haven't heard of us. So it's a plus. People that a lot of people not have heard of us, new people, and we catch such a big net. Even though a lot of those 140,000 people have gone away, they still know about us. They still keep that eye on us out of the corner of their eye, And if they feel like they can get back in and make money, they're going to do it.
Absolutely.
And I think that's coming. That's going to come around. I know it.
And speaking of the catalyst, we've talked about, obviously at the beginning about LunaSky and kind of what it means. And, I'm going to go back to a tweet that Sam had put out quite a while ago. And, he kind of gave what LunaSky is in a pretty brief synopsis. And he writes, so LunaSky full version has been built from the ground up to be the most comprehensive, user-friendly, and logical NFT marketplace in the world. The features we are rolling out for creators will surpass all existing marketplaces, whilst the experience for customers will be simple and intuitive. Cody, did you want to speak to that and maybe add to it, or?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's 100% accurate right there. The reality is, as we've said, it's not a template build, but even not being a template build, it's not just a regular build. There are a lot of unique features. He made a tweet the other day. This makes me think about how he tweeted about working with the Atlas devs and talking about, it was one of those tweets, I have to go back and look at it, where it was like, well, I think he said something about, he was asking him like, well, how hard is this in comparison to previous things you've built? And they told him, well, this is the most comprehensive build we've done for a wallet. It's the same thing with LunaSky. It's funny because I had commented under that saying the same thing, like, yeah, we had recently asked the LunaSky devs, hey, has this been the most involved build? Has it been the hardest? What's your perspective about it? And it was unequivocally yes, and it's not just because obviously building a marketplace is difficult. It really, really is difficult. You can put together a template just like you could a website, but it's going to require more than that if you want it to be more than that. So that's why the timeframes that have gone on have existed. Plus, again, trial and error, right? Learning curves. What I'd like to say are smart mistakes, as well. I mean, that's just part of it. So, yeah, it's a unique platform with a lot of unique features. It's its own thing. It is traditional in its sense as well as far as platforms should be when it comes to NFTs. But the purpose is for growth, right? It's for expansion. It's for inclusion to get people in outside of the crypto market. So, those are the things that we're looking at for going forward. We're not looking at just building this thing with a couple of cool things on top of it that no one has seen. The unique aspects need to be unique to us as a project, but also to the market as a whole. Same thing with marketing. Marketing an NFT marketplace is not like marketing other things. Marketing in general, like Paul said earlier, I think in a tweet about this, I read it. It doesn't work the way people think it should all the time, right? Banners and pop-up ads aren't always the way to go when it comes to marketing. Organic growth, brand marketing, which you can talk to Rocket about, is the mastermind about this stuff. When it comes to an NFT marketplace, it's about inclusion with other communities, and how do you get other communities to come in and use your marketplace, right? You want to be inviting. You want to have brand marketing, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, a little bit of a tangent. Sorry, kind of off topic, but I had to keep going.
No, it's good. It's absolutely very, very good. I know we talked. Go ahead, Paul.
I wanted to say this earlier. I keep forgetting about it, but for beginners and people that were just used to posting one picture, like one NFT. Obviously, this will function a lot more like OpenSea and with bundles and stuff like that. That Rocket will be doing his Creator Corps, or exactly called Creator Corps, where he'll be showing people exactly how to use it and going through the whole process and showing everyone exactly the steps to take, how to do this, how to do that. So if you want to go ahead and follow him and follow Creator Corps, if you want to know exactly how to use it, instead of just running into something and then coming in to a tweet or ask a question, or going to the question box and asking, where do I go from here?
Before you go to live support, which we will have.
Yeah, before you go to live support, troubleshoot, and then Creator Corps, and then Cody will probably make a video at some point also explaining stuff.
I have to chime in on that real quick. Two things, Paul. I love you, brother. I got to give you a hard time. Creator Corps. That sounds like the new death metal band of the century right there.
What is it called?
I love that, my man. I'm going to trademark that, and I'll give you 10% for it. Thank you.
What is it called?
Creator Corps. Yeah, Creator Corps.
Creator Corps.
But that was good. I liked it. You said Creator Corps.
Like the Marine Corps.
Creator Corps. Yeah. But to Paul's point, as we've talked about, the aspect of customer service for the platform is certainly unique, right? And we want to make that very easy for people. How to do this. Like we said, I think, last week or the week before, I put together, somebody asked about videos and said, well, I'm not going to need to make any videos at launch. I said, why? I said, well, because we've already written all the how-tos, and they'll be right there in the messaging portal. You'll have two options for messaging portal. You can ask general how-to questions, and all of the basic stuff you want to know how to do right off the bat. Mint an NFT, make a collection, what is an auction, what is an offer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All of that has already been written. A lot of those things I put together, and then Rocket took that and trained with BotLogic, what we're calling Lisa for now. And if you want to speak to a human being, it's as simple as asking Lisa to connect you with a real person. And then we can dive even deeper into whatever your inquiry may be, or whatever you need. So, really cool.
And real quick too, we're absolutely going to be doing like trainings. I'll be doing lots of workshops. Like, that's a given. I mean, if you think about it, before the beta came out, how many members of the community were making AI art? I mean, honestly.
Yeah.
0.
Yeah. I mean,
think how much has changed.
We trained everyone. We taught everyone how to do it. Yeah. And now you have some brilliant, prompt crafters out there that are just making some amazing stuff. It'll be the same thing with LunaSky. It's going to be intuitive to anyone that's used that type of marketplace before. For the folks that are coming from the beta, I mean, just, hang with us and we'll teach you. No big deal.
Yeah. And Rocky was trying to be funny, and he named the helper chat Lisa after my mother. So, ha.
Yes, the bot is Paul's mom.
I think I'm going to have to now, of course, I will mint mini audio NFTs. That is my personal, passion. But I'm gonna have to make a Creator Corps. I'm totally making that for you, Paul. There we go. It's gonna be like New Age Cannibal Corpse. It's gonna be great.
Awesome. I'm gonna get to some questions here. I'm gonna start with iSavior, and hey, iSavior. I don't know if you caught this earlier, but congratulations on your space that you did. You did a couple of them already, and I hope they're working out. I listened to one of them the other day, or actually on today when I was taking a little drive. And congratulations. So, what was your question?
Okay, good evening all. I hope you can hear me from that end.
I can.
Okay, briefly, a question that I want to ask before I go is that it's just like a suggestion before I go and see, because it's like midnight here. Mm-hmm. I just want to ask as a little contribution. I'm a fan of something that is very simple. I don't know, I want to maybe like a suggestion to Cody. On the eve of the launch of the LunaSky, can we have something that maybe on the critical part of the web view, that if you hover your mouse to maybe some certain integral parts, like maybe minting, it can give a link, like a hyperlink, where you can describe a little about what, because a lot of people might not really maybe from the angle of European, but there are a lot of people that wanted to can save it, but might not really have enough idea of that is the website. Do we have links like that? If you go to Binance, what I'm saying is that you just over your mouse and said, "Oh, do this, do this." Is it possible?
Yeah, I think I understand the question. Please correct me if I'm wrong here, but are you asking about things like tooltips and how-tos when you hover over certain sections of the website? For example, you hover over a particular section and it tells you what it is, why, etc. Is that what you're asking?
Good.
Yes, that's 100%. And the two tips on at least the critical parts like maybe minting process, things like that, where it can help somebody else. What that's the simplicity about it, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So great question. I love that you asked it. The beautiful thing is, that stuff pretty much already exists on the platform as is. So a lot of these sections, and the beta testers can speak to this, they're going to have what this section is. What do you do and why? So, and we'll be adding on to that stuff. And if you come across something specific when using this platform that you would like to see, or some type of tooltip or how-to info guide there over from a mouse hover, let us know. We're all about that feedback. So, yeah, some of that stuff already exists on there.
Great question, I say here. Thank you.
Yeah, I've used it, and there are there's a lot of that on there, but there's got to be a good balance of it. There can't be a how-to and thing all over the place. So there's got to be a good balance of it. However, I think there already is a good balance of it, but suggestions, are obviously always warranted, and Cody and Rocket will take those, right to heart and add them if necessary.
And that's why the bot logic was developed, that Rocket put together to train Lisa. For example, it's saying, okay, he asked, okay, well, everybody throw in the questions, answers, or bonuses if you can that I can use to, train Lisa with. So, okay, cool. The first training is the bot logic. Later on, Rocket would love to do an AI training with it when he feels that it's up to par. Maybe he can speak a little more about that. But yeah, that's why we already wrote some of those things. So when you get to a particular page and it says make an offer or a bid, you can simply ask that messaging portal, what is an offer? What is a bid? And you will get some words sent right back to you from Lisa that explains it all in great detail.
Excellent. Thanks for asking that question again, I Savior. I appreciate it. Moon, thanks for being so patient.
Moon.
Okay. What's going on?
How are you doing,
Hey.
Moon?
Yeah, I've been listening. The LunaSky's down, so yep, countdown is on, and that's always exciting.
Absolutely.
I've noticed that there's even before LunaSky the beta was launched. I've noticed there's been a lot of how can I put this? There's been an idea in the community that or at least by some members of the community, that building an NFT marketplace is somewhat easy, or should be somewhat easy. And every time I hear that, I kind of I hate that, because I couldn't disagree more. I think it is not easy. It is difficult, very difficult. And you can even look in the past at previous marketplaces, and when this whole NFT trend started, and you can see the very first marketplace, for instance, was OpenSea, as we know, or at least the first marketplace with any meaningful amount of people in it, was NFT, and that released in 2017. And we literally did not have another meaningful marketplace until 2020 with Rarible. So that was 3 years between the first and the second. So already that goes to show how difficult it is to build a marketplace, and a functional marketplace above all. Secondly, you can go on the Wayback Machine and you can look at it was 2017, July, August, I forget when it released, but it was in 2017 when OpenSea first released. And you can go on Wayback Machine and look at the first iterations of OpenSea, and you can look at it, and it is nowhere near what it is today. I mean, that place looked like a mock-up website. I mean, that looked like, it looked terrible. It is now, many years later that they've, iterized year after year and made it better and better and better and better, that OpenSea looks, as great as it does, and functions as great as it does. But it was many years of work towards that. So that whole idea that building this is easy, we need to shut that down, because that is simply not true.
Yeah, and that's such a great point. Again, we were speaking a little bit about that earlier, Moon. I'm not sure if you were in here, but yeah, I love that you brought it up again, because it's not that it's not just that it's not easy. It is extremely involved. It's not just extremely complicated. It's we've spoke about this too in the past, and I get very passionate about this conversation because it's not just trying to it's not just trying to tell everyone how hard it is. Oh, it's so hard. It's so hard. And it's not telling them that because to try to justify the time frames it's taking. It's really trying to explain, like, look, once getting into this, you may know you could get into this and know a ton about Web3 development, a ton about specific Web3 development, like NFT marketplaces. You'll still know a very small percentage about it. Once you get into the development process, you will learn how complicated, how involved, how many moving parts go into this. I said something the other day out loud. I think maybe I said it to Rocket and Paul, and it just really clicked with me at that moment. I said, what I've realized is it's like, managing development is just as complicated, just in a different way, as development itself, right? So there are more aspects about it that are complicated outside of even the development itself. You have to think about the management aspect of the development, okay? These developers, they are hired employees, right? It's like, hey, we want to do this. And they say, okay, cool, we can do this. That doesn't mean that, again, there is a rule book. This is crypto. This is new. Even very tenured developers, from full stack to Solidity devs to designers across the board, they're learning a lot of these things as they go. They may have a lot of experience doing specifics in Web3, contracts, Solidity, etc. But at the same time, all of these concepts are still very, very new. Building a marketplace isn't something that's been going on since the development of code, So it's like, that's something to stress. And then having to manage that in an organizational sense, right? Having to be able to manage developers, a software manager, if you will. That's really what a project manager is, or a product manager at times, you might hear them called. It's very complicated, and there's a lot to it. I was thinking about, too, the amount of meetings, the amount of conversations, the amount of feedback, the amount of documentation. It's astronomical. And thinking about it over the past year itself is just, I think, there's thousands and thousands of hours and tens and, if not more, thousands of things that are documented, organized, constantly in flux, changing, etc. So, yeah. Sorry to get the ramble on, but I'm just feeling very passionate about that. Just bring that up.
No, it's true. It's true. And literally, just going back to my previous point, you can go to Wayback Machine and put any date that you want and look at the state of OpenSea, our, I guess, most direct competitor to LunaSky. And you can literally go to the end of 2018, almost 2 years after OpenSea launched, and you can look at what the state of the website was back then, and it still looked terrible. It just did. The reason why it was so successful, even though it was terrible, is that you either went to OpenSea or you didn't go anywhere. So the fact that they came in and were the first was incredibly successful. That was the real reason why OpenSea was so successful. Because if it wasn't for that, it wouldn't have gotten anywhere. I can tell you that right now.
I'm curious.
I think we're going to be somewhere in the. I think we're going to be somewhere in the middle with both. Everything that comes. Both LunaSky and Atlas, of where when it comes out, it's going to be great. Everyone's going to love it. But look at it in 2 years, and it's really going to probably form into its own from your guys' feedback to more Cody and Rocket's touch.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Stuff. It's not going to suck. I'll tell you that, because we all put time into this, but it'll be different too. With the community feedback and the stuff on it, stuff moved around, and really turning it into our own, even more so than it already is.
Yeah, it's designed to be scalable 100%. And that is extremely important. It has to be scalable. We have to adapt with the market around us to be able to evolve over long periods of time. I say that exact sentence frequently for a reason, so it's scalable. And I can't wait down the road to see what it's going to be like in 3 years, to Moon's point, like to OpenSea, right? Great stuff.
I get really, I often think of where where does LunaSky fit in the marketplace? And I always come back to, like, what is it about the business plan that makes it different? Because I see like Rarible going after OpenSea and cutting fees in order to get market share, and I really don't see us like that. I think the biggest asset we have is the community supporting each other. And maybe I'm wrong, but where do you see? And I'm not talking about like market share, because that changes and that could grow. Who knows? But where do you see us fitting in the marketplace in terms of where's our potential NFT creator going to come from?
I think for us, it's going to be a lot of factors. Number one, I think it's going to be the fact that we're not building this marketplace to be B&B exclusive, right? The whole purpose of this marketplace is to be an open platform where a creator can come from any community, any chain they want, and have a place, a home that they can build, they can develop, they can put their creations out and things like that. Also being scalable in the sense that we want to be inviting to people that are entirely unconnected to the crypto world, right? We've spoke about ticketing. We spoke about a number of different things before in the past, and it's all ties into why we have they have their own branding, right? It's they're not branded under EverGrow for that specific reason, so that they are scalable beyond just the crypto world. We want to be able to have it be inviting for people to come in outside of crypto. So yeah, I think that's where it's going to come from.
And I think like for me, I see these large businesses, multi-billion dollars in profits and all that stuff. I see them as behemoths in their own way. Obviously they're big profit-making machines, but here we are, this community, this crypto project that is built essentially for the purpose of this LunaSky. The purpose is to support the overall ecosystem, right? EverGrow, of what it is. So our motives are very different from the motives of, let's say, a project that was, capital was raised and supporting basically the seed people who are basically putting up the money to start the place, right?
And I want to say something else. This is something that I don't know if you guys ever think about it, but us as a team, we always we talk about the future. Everyone talks about what ifs and this and the other thing. Like, if decisions need to be made in the future, you never know what's going to come up. But like, remember, Trust Wallet was bought by Binance, and obviously it was very early. I don't know for how much money, but like, who knows? What if someone comes along in a year and offers us, and $10 million or $20 million, $5 million, whatever it is, for LunaSky or Atlas Wallet. And that's also a possibility. What if, and depending on the numbers, what it makes, obviously Sam will make that decision. That might be good for EverGrow. Imagine, if, we end up getting it like, if it's growing and growing and going and making so much money per thing, Sam would probably, keep it. But if it makes sense and the deal makes sense and it's getting overpriced for it, you take that money and imagine like, fucking, I'm sorry, like, $5-6 million going to, rewards, buyback and burn, whatever, and then 4 million for creating something new, whatever it is. I mean, or if it's got to 20 million, I mean, you never know. Obviously, if Sam is such a good businessman when it comes to this stuff, he would never take anything, or, if he thinks it's better for long term, he wouldn't. But, anything's bound to happen. If someone, with LunaSky, not to say in the wallet, but, someone offered money for LunaSky, there's so many things that could happen, partnerships and this and that, adapting in the future. There's so many what ifs to think about. We talk about it all the time. We also Dreamland talk about things that possibly 1 in a million could happen. But I'll tell you this, in my mind, considering, what a story I told at the beginning from, turning, 8,000 into, 3 million, I thought that could never, ever be done, was impossible. Now, in my mind, nothing is impossible when it comes to EverGrow. We already achieved the impossible, and now I think anything's possible, like literally. So,
go ahead, EverGrow Love. You want to jump in?
EverGrow Love, you want to go ahead there? I think Steve's busy.
Yeah, hey, I just wanted to say that, you were talking about the differences between the businesses and everything, and how easy or how hard it is to build like the LunaSky platform from the ground up. And, I've been a manager at different facilities. No business operates the same. You can't compare apples to oranges. You've got, as an example, if you've got, an Apple phone and you've got an Android phone, and I mean both of them are going to profit, both of them are going to succeed. They're both serving their individual markets. LunaSky is the same thing. We have our own individual market we're going to go after. Like I said earlier, we're not here to take out our OpenSea. We're here to run in conjunction with them. We just want our share of it. And the only other thing I wanted to say, because I got to plug it, is Lisa, like I said before, LunaSky integrated special assistant. Come on, it's perfect now.
I love it. I love it. I agree. I want to repeat something EverGrow Love said. I want to echo chamber this. One sentence he said, everything, obviously great point, but one thing that stood out to me big time: no two companies operate the same way. Think about that. That means a lot of things. It doesn't just mean on the surface what it means. It means there's a whole glacier underneath that. It's like, that means they don't manage things the same way. That means they have different operational aspects, the way they organize, the way they build, etc. So, yeah, great points.
And you're going to see something really cool leading up to LunaSky, launching. I'm not sure the timeline, but a big marketing ploy that we're going to start to integrate, and it's going to be leading up to the LunaSky release, and then into it. You're going to see something that is organic but also costs money. It's going to be really fun. It'll be interesting. I can't wait to see how.
Be careful.
I know. I just can't wait to see it. It to be followed through with, and the excitement around it and everything. I think it's a really, cool thing, and you guys are going to see it.
My hand's on the red button.
I'm curious. Will EverGrow Man
the everything, but I know we can't. There's certain stuff you just guys. So many people steal stuff from people. It's crazy. Ideas and this and that.
Yeah. That's a good point too. Intellectual property is really important, because granted, we're all in the same space and we're all learning from each other. I think we spoke a few weeks ago about this, Steve, where we talked about how a lot of projects, whether they exist now, they don't exist, or they had a period where they tried to do something, but they decided to go a different route and they came back. We've all learned from not only the avenues we've been down, but we've learned from the avenues that our friends and our fellow peers have gone down too, and that's, I think, really important. But that being said, intellectual property is important. You have to sometimes, you got to keep things private, and that's really important as well, because it's not that, we don't want to see other people succeed. It's that, we have ideas for things, and we're trying to implicate things that we don't want to see taken away from us, and we don't want to see replicants come out, before us. I think that rings true for anybody that's building or trying to start a business. They're going to keep those things private, as they should.
And there's also, you got to think about marketing, hype, anticipation, that build, to everything, not, announcing stuff a little too early. We've learned so much with the crypto space about announcing something too early. And next thing you know, it's like kind of dead by the time, it gets released because you announced it too early. So, there's certain marketing aspects to it. And there's certain, intellectual property and ideas or marketing ideas that, aren't necessarily yours, but can be used by other people. But you want to get out there first, just so everyone knows you did it first. So there's so much to it. It's really something. It's really something to see. I can't wait to write a book or like a memoirs thing after all this is over in like 5 years. I wonder if EverGrow will be big enough where people actually buy it. All the drama and what I have to say about all the stuff I've seen behind the scenes with other projects and all the crazy stuff. I would never say anything bad about the internal team, but how but I can't tweet certain things about, projects, people, whatever, just because, obviously we talked about earlier, you don't want to, alienate your brand. But, oh man, it's, I'm going to write a book. I think Sam was talking about that too. Maybe we'll write a book together, all four of us.
It's funny because I was going to ask that question a little earlier about the journey you guys have been on. It has to be pretty remarkable. I mean, even just my journey within EverGrow is, I would have never imagined we would be where we are. How is it for you and the team? I mean, you guys have come so far. Yeah, it's worthy of a book, but yeah, go ahead.
It's, I mean, for me, since day one, I don't know, people in the audience that have been through, I've had many, I've lost some friends that I didn't want to. We had that little first Discord team, and they went on to another project. And then we had, me, Cody, and Frank, and then CP came along, and then CP and Frank went their own separate ways, and Rocket stepped up. So we've all been through this. People have come and gone, and the old team, actually, you talk about Jacob, Praveen, and Ajit, the founders. They stepped down because it was just too much for them. A whirlwind. But it's been a journey to know that me, Sam, Cody, and Rocket are still here. Like I said, it's not for everybody. Not saying, I'm not speaking for all of them that they all couldn't handle it. Some of them couldn't, but not everyone. Some people just had differences or whatever. But it's been crazy to think back. You lose track of time and this and that. I wish it were a year beforehand right now. As far as releasing stuff, I wish it were like July 2022, and all this was coming out. But also don't wish that too. We went through a huge bull market. I mean, a huge bear market, and the price still, it might be what it is right now, even if we released everything. Who knows? So this could be a blessing in disguise that it took so long for everything to come out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That maybe we're entering a little mini bull run. Who knows? So
I'm kind of a pretty firm believer that that things happen when they're supposed to happen, and building in a bear market is probably difficult, absolutely, to say the least, but it's probably the best time to iron out any issues and build as much as you can. So when the bull market does return, we're in a much, much better position. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's twofold. One, you want to have it come out a little beforehand and then kind of perfect it. And then you also want to have stuff on the back burner that you can, get the hype, coming back right when, you start the bull market again, when the bull market comes back. So I think, the release right now is a perfect timing, and we can get stuff right, get used to it, get the community back behind us again, add to it, get all the, start the, real marketing and the real outreach of everything. And then, have some stuff in the back pocket to, really, kind of, explode in the bull market. That would be the optimal, the optimal thing, just explode off the bat right now. It could happen. You never know. We have internal goals that we looked at, that we're shooting for by the end of the year. Personal goals that we're shooting for. But you just can't make price predictions. You don't know. But they're just like, internal goals that we would be so happy with.
The pressure on you guys has been pretty intense, meaning like, when LunaSky and where we are, I can just only imagine where it would be in a bull market when people are screaming, get the utility out while the market's still hot. So, like I said, maybe it's a blessing that it happened the way it did.
Yeah, that would kill us.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. But,
Steve, even, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to throw something out there and new utilities and new products just because there's a bull market going. Mm-hmm. Because in my experience, it can have the absolute opposite effect. In my experience, it can have the effect that when there's a bull market, everybody is throwing things out there. So eventually you just get buried under the amount of competition that you end up having.
That's true.
And that's to the point where I know I've mentioned this before, but Polygon is one of my favorite projects. And since the beginning has been one of my favorite projects because they're known for building and continuing to do partnerships and new projects, even through bear markets. And they've garnered a reputation for that. Mm-hmm. And as a consequence of that, two things happen. First of all, they have a very stable price and community behind it because they know they won't stop building, even if there's a bear market. So they've proven that time and time again. And second, when there's nobody doing anything because there's a bear market, so essentially everybody's twiddling their thumbs, right? Even the big dogs are doing that, even the big projects, then you stand out because you're the only one doing anything.
Right, exactly.
And I think that works immensely in their favor. I really do, to this day.
Yeah, well said. I'm going to bring up EverGrow Love, but I just want to say, Andy Trucks, my apologies. I tried to bring you up there as a speaker. You had a question. I think I cut you off by accident. I don't know if you came back in, but if you need to come up again, just let me know, and I'll bring you up as a speaker. EverGrow Love, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Paul made the comment about, getting the community back behind him. I was going to say, bro, we never left. We've been here. We've just shifted our concentration to posting and picking on bald people. I mean, we've been here. A lot of us have been here since day one. A lot of us have been posting. It just depends. We don't post about EGC or LuCrow or LunaSky every single day. Some do, some don't. Some of us will have stretches, but we're still very active. We've never left. I mean, this is a project that a lot of us have believed in, and we continue to believe in. We continue to post. We continue to support. So don't think we ever left you. We've been stalking you just as much as you've been stalking us, bro.
I didn't mean it that way. I was talking about, all earlier, this is literally why we wake up and get the drive is from you guys. I wasn't talking about, who's, with us in the hard times. I'm talking about a lot of the community that left us, where we, could get, back in, obviously, we already know who, we can, see the names that have been there, but, we also want to get more of the community back and new people too, because, you need fresh money. We need fresh people in the community to add to it and keep going. We need to grow, and we need them to use our products. And the most important thing is creating revenue. So that's the most important thing. Because that if we start making revenue to show in the bull market, I mean, that's all it takes. That's a huge thing right there. Mm-hmm. If we can show in this new bull market that, we're actually making money and that's going straight back into, the chart, I mean, that's just killer, because, not a lot of projects are even doing that.
And there's an NFT marketplace too. So let's just say you're a particular NFT artist and you're introduced to LunaSky and you now you're listing on this platform. Now you see a potential additional source of revenue because you can invest not only in the project itself, but you can invest in LuCrow and EverGrow because your efforts are also being rewarded in another way too. And so exactly. You know what I mean? So it's not just a one-dimensional, I'm selling NFTs to make money. We also have this community that's incredibly powerful and cohesive and interested in the benefit of you as the NFT creator. That's kind of our drive, right? So, speaking to LunaSky and all that and marketing, where does the continued EverGrow Man NFT contest fit in that? As far as marketing and the Tesla Model 3 and the $50,000 BUSD.
So we're certainly going to do one more big push for the EverGrow Man NFT competition, which is the $50,000 or a Tesla. So once we launch LunaSky, we will do another big marketing push for that. So anyone that hasn't had an opportunity to get a ticket, essentially, that your ticket is purchasing one of the EverGrow Man NFTs. you'll be entered for the drawing. Also, with every EverGrow Man NFT you own, that is one entry plus 2 free drops of LuCrow that will be coming as well at a future time. We'll release that date soon, but again, not until after we launch LunaSky. So, but yeah, just to reiterate quickly, or to summarize that, 2 free LuCrow drops and a ticket to enter the $50,000 or win a Tesla. So that is going to be the EverGrow Man NFT competition. We'll continue that after our launch for a period of time.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but back in the fair launch for LuCrow, was that part of that too, where you would, if you bought in the fair launch, you would get an airdrop of LuCrow? Or am I mistaken?
No, that was not.
Okay, thank you for correcting me. I appreciate it. Okay.
By the way, about the Tesla, that's something I always wondered about. Let's say we have a winner. How do you actually deliver a Tesla? Like, given that this could be someone anywhere in the world.
We're going to let Sam handle those logistics, my friend.
No one's going to take the Tesla unless it's like really sentimental, because they get the Tesla, but they got to pay for shipping fees, taxes, tags.
But what if it's
thousands of dollars?
What if it's Sam's Tesla though?
It's not Sam's Tesla.
He has to give away Tesla.
He loves that thing too much. No way. But look, I'm 99% sure that they'll take the 50,000. That's just better. But if they want to, take Tesla. Yeah, Sam's going to handle that. But I'm pretty sure people will take the
What would you take, Paul? That's the question. What would you take if you could enter, which you cannot?
Yeah, I can.
What would you take?
I think the BUSD. I just said it. Everyone would. I think.
Wait a second.
I gotta think about it.
What if you took the Tesla and it became worth more money? Then what would you do?
No.
What if somebody offered you 100,000 BUSD for a Tesla one day, and you were like, "Dang it, I should have taken the Tesla."
No, it's not one day. No, because I can take that 50 grand right now and put it into some blue chips and then some lower micro caps and a little more EverGrow. Yeah, a little more EverGrow and make more money. Yeah.
Say EverGrow one more time.
EverGrow.
You know what's funny to me is here we are thinking, we'd take the $50,000, and probably most of us would. Watch the person who wins pick the Tesla. I think that's hilarious.
Yeah, but I don't think they. But thing is, they're not. And the thing is, I didn't think this either. First, but you have to pay for the the shipping and the taxes and the insurance and this and that. There's who else knows what the hidden costs are, especially what country you're coming from, the time it's going to take to actually order the Tesla and get it delivered to you. There's so many things to it that they'd be like, oh my God, just, send over take one click of a button to send over 50,000.
Please just take the money.
Yeah. But, I talked about, I've been talking behind the scenes. I talked about, in the future doing like a Lambo giveaway, different kind of things that would get people excited, with a different kind of thing. But I don't know if that would just be, it'd be so much, not work, but I don't know. We guys got to see on, how spread out thin we are. Well, we want to do some cool stuff in the future, really excite the community.
But the cost of that too. A Lambo, damn.
Well, not that. I saw this thing on Facebook. I got the idea because it's the thing on Facebook. I think it's called like 39 or something like that, and they give a Lambo every month away. But you got to buy from their store in order to get entries, and that's how they basically make money. But really, is if you look in the background, they actually buy like a 2015 Lambo that's like $125,000, $150,000, and they make so much more, off of the entries, and then they also do a video, of the Lambo and excitement around it, to have it, across all the socials, and then the winner comes in and they do a big party and that gets, out promotion. It's this whole like production,
Right, I see. So not necessarily a super modern 2023, $375,000 Lambo. It could be like an older model, and you still get a lot of promotion out of it. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I just, not saying we're going to do it. I just, like I said, I'm always sitting here thinking of, different things, and I'm probably just telling you stuff right now that we're probably not going to do, but just, we're constantly talking, in the background about. Look, if you're not talking about ideas that are good or bad, then you're doing something wrong. Because the more stuff that comes out of your mouth, eventually, a good idea or something will come out of it. Look at Cody, he named, LunaSky and Atlas. Just those are his names that came out of his mouth. So we're just constantly talking in the background about everything. And things just come up with ideas.
Wouldn't it be ironic if EverGrow Man won the Tesla and then he could drive the Tesla around that was wrapped with EverGrow Man?
Oh my gosh.
And EverGrow and all that stuff. That'd be kind of crazy.
I didn't even think about that. I love that. I just played out this entire scenario in my mind in 0.1 second when you said that. That's great.
That would be something else.
That would be crazy.
That'd be cool. I'm going to bring up Burf Nurple. Thanks for being on space. And then next in line will be Jordovic. Burf, how you doing?
Real quick for he answers, I've said it before and I'm going to say it again. Best name on Twitter, everybody. Here he is. Burf Nurple, everybody. best name. I've been saying it for ever since I saw it a year ago. I don't know what it means, but I love it. I think it's great.
Burf, can you hear us okay? I'm going to take just a minute. If you don't come through right away, I'll bring up Jordovic, and then we can... Jordovic, go ahead. Why don't you step in there real quick? How you doing, man?
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, I think Burf's here.
Oh, hey, sorry about that. So I was just going to say, you just beat me to the punch because, damn it, if I won the Tesla, I would wrap it with EGC and LuCrow, and I would drive it all around the States.
100%.
All right, I'm out.
Would that be the coolest job ever?
Really quick, may I? I have to, Steve. Burf, please tell me the secret. What does Burf Nurple mean? Or should I know it? Or wait a second, should I not know and just maybe it should be a secret? Oh my gosh, I don't know what to do.
It's got to stay a secret until full launch, but it's worth it.
Oh boy, that deserves a sound effect.
Yes.
Nice. Well, I'm out, y'all. Appreciate you. Rock on.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Jordovic, how you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm very, very well. Thanks for being up here today.
Oh, thanks for having me. It was finally a time where I could get away from the kids. I always want to come up, but it's always that time where you try to get them to bed and dinner and all that stuff.
No worries.
Appreciate you having me. And just want to say thanks again to Paul, Cody, Rocket, everyone for coming here every week and for everything you're doing behind the scenes. I do have to call out Paul's NFT there. I don't know if that's...
Is it the cigarette?
Is it this, Paul? Are you telling us you're a smoker, or is that just you wish you had some hair there, so you just put someone with hair? I don't know. But,
no, it's my first NFT that I bought EverGrow, man, but it's my first NFT that I bought. So it's a CryptoPunk, and it's the first one I bought. It was $1,100, but they go for like a lot of money. So I didn't have like a big pool to choose from. Like I said, I don't have a shit ton of money, so it's kind of picked the best one I could out. I don't smoke, no, but I did smoke for about 10 years. Then I vaped for a couple of years, and I stopped during the pandemic. So been smoke free for about 3.5 years.
Good for you.
I think it looks like a blunt, Paul.
Yeah.
I have to chime in right here really quick. Paul is no longer allowed, everyone, to say he is not an NFT guy. He is officially 100% an NFT man now.
Yeah.
So if you hear him say it, jump on him really hard and then message me so that I can jump on him.
See, it was funny. Not that long ago, I remember saying, you know what? I'm not much of an NFT guy.
Yeah, I love it, Paul. Awesome PFP, man. I love it.
You do not get to have an NFT profile pic and say you're not an NFT guy. Those two sentences just don't go together.
I know they don't. Yeah. So look at me now. Look, I'm excited. I'm excited just like you guys with LunaSky coming out, and I want to do something, about it, and I did, and actually it's kind of been fun. I actually, earlier today I was, I got this last night, and then earlier today, I don't know if you know this influencer Paulie, but he opened up a space. He had me up. I was the first person up, first question up. He replied to me twice, just because of my NFT or whatever, and had about a 5-minute conversation with them. So it's NFT stuff really goes a long way with people. So
ladies and gentlemen, cool. Mr. Paul NFT guy Treffinger, put your hands together for him.
Next thing you know, I'll come in with a Bored Ape or something like that next.
I'm still waiting on you to send me that mutant ape. I keep checking my wallet; it hasn't shown up yet. What's going on?
Yeah, it's in the
just
mail.
delayed. It's in the mail.
Delayed, yeah.
Snail mail.
Mail.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah.
I will. I'll make that the cover of the Creator Core album.
That's awesome.
Jordan, go ahead. You have something else to say?
Yeah, I just had a couple of small questions, if you don't mind.
Sure.
For the staking, I don't think we talked about that yet today. Are the will the team wallets be eligible for staking?
That's a great question.
Yeah. So Sam's got to answer that question. I think the answer is no. I don't see why.
I can chime in on this.
Go ahead. Answered?
Yeah, so this is up for debate right now. I don't think we're going to do that, no.
Yeah.
So to Paul's point, no. We're pretty confident that's not going to be a thing. However, we'll let you know as soon as we make the final decision on it.
Yeah.
What are the pros?
I'm like 90% sure it's a no. I'm like 90% sure it's a no, though. There's no point.
It's not likely, yeah.
Yeah.
Why, though? Why would it be a no?
Just because, we want the holders to get, majority of the, it's a big bag, split up. It's splitting up, but, why would the team wallet need extra tokens?
Less stake, the higher the APY. Yeah,
exactly.
So just take away from the APY, so there's no reason to have it in there.
So no need for us to take away from y'all. Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
What do you think, Jordovic? What do you think? What would you, when you thought of that question? What was where did you come at it from?
Yeah, just exactly what they hit on the head there. I figured, the team wallets make up a pretty big chunk of the overall supply there, right? So I mean, it would be, just more for everyone else. But I understand both perspectives. It was just a question. Just curious.
Hypothetically, what if the team wallet was getting rewards, but those rewards were then used to buy back and burn?
Well, see, this is where the debate comes into play, and that's why I didn't say finitely the answer to be no 100%, because obviously I think Sam is weighing out what is going to be the best option overall for the community. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, once he makes that final decision, he'll have reasoning behind it 100%. He always does, and very smart reasoning. And, we'll present that info to everybody.
And like I said, maybe, there could be times where he announces, hey, I'm going to, put it in there for this stretch of time because the API is so high, and then I'm going to use this for buyback and burn, just like Cody says. But, I can tell you, if that does happen, there'll be a reason behind it. The public will know about it. It'll just be for you guys. It will never be to up the team wallet. It doesn't need any more tokens.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
So whatever reason, yeah.
Yeah, whatever happens will be strategically done for the sole purpose to benefit the community.
I think that was a fantastic question. Did you have another one?
Yeah, just one more. Have you guys, I'm not sure if you mentioned that as part of the staking launch, you're also going to be tweaking the tax again, but if you've given any consideration to maybe taking away the transfer tax either permanently or like for a week when you guys launch Atlas. So, some people want to move things around and I know it's not 14% anymore, but don't necessarily want to. So just curious about that.
So let me take this. So, one, we have talked about the taxes, and you guys will be notified at a time when, probably around staking, we'll announce what the final taxes are actually going to be. Two, we can't do anything about the transfer. If we could turn the transfer off, we would have already done it. So the contract doesn't even allow us to like take the buys and sells. Like they're 5% right now. Like we couldn't lower the buys to 0 and keep the sells at 5% or move it up. They got to stay the same, and we can't take away the transfer tax. Basically, the contract acts as a transfer or a buy. It recognizes it as the same thing. It get any interaction with the contract is a tax, so it doesn't know the difference, and it was just made that way. So unless we upgrade to a V2, that'd be the only way to do it. Now, honestly, if we wish we can go back, when it was made, I don't know, what they were thinking of why, a transfer tax would even be necessary. But it was, and there's nothing we can do about it. And, we're not going to upgrade to a V2 and go through all that stuff just to take away that. But I can tell you this, you don't need, to go into Atlas Wallet. All you need is your seed phrase. You won't need to.
Yeah, for sure. I figured that
obviously.
was. I know it's not so simple as just turning it on for off for a week. I figured you probably have to update the contract. Yeah, and I understand. With Atlas Wallet, I think there's probably some people, maybe like myself, who have been holding in Trust Wallet for a long time now, and maybe have done some other sketchy stuff in their wallet, and are like, "Hey, I want to have a separate wallet just for my EverGrow and LunaSky." But then you probably have to transfer it there. But it's not
sage advice. Yeah.
Well, like I said, look, if when the announcement comes out, whether it's 5% or it gets raised or lowered, make the best thing. If you think it's compromised at all, look, I'd rather pay 5% than,
for sure. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, than losing all my, EverGrow. So make sure, you're okay. Go revoke, stuff. Make sure you're all right.
Yeah, for sure.
Realistically, those taxes, just as they were changed to 5%, I mean, that was done for a reason, to strategically support the community and the project. And that was the best decision to make for us at the time. And again, back to Sam, that's why we're lucky to have him, because, Sam knows how to make the right decision when it comes to things like that. Sam knows the options. He knows the things to weigh out. He knows the pros and cons to look at. And a lot of it is not guesswork for him, because he is very experienced in a lot of different areas, not just one. So, yeah, we're very lucky for that.
And there's lots of stuff, guys. I hope you guys know this. When decisions are made that you might not agree with or something like that, just to know that, you may not agree with it. There's lots of stuff that we see in the background that the public doesn't see. And Sam will make those decisions based on, that and everything else also. But, obviously he always comes to you and tells you why. But there's so much stuff that, we'd see in the background that, you guys would just be like, wow, oh my God. That's why you did that, or that's why this or that. It's a lot.
I mean, as far as myself, to me, the 5% change that Sam did, to me, that was one of the best decisions Sam has ever done. And maybe I'll get a lot of people disagreeing with that, but personally, I do believe so.
Yeah, the project has to evolve with the times, right? And I think at the time, the tax was appropriate, and it was novel, and it was actually serving the community, right? I mean, the rewards that we saw, the 38 million, the majority were over that period at the very beginning. So it worked, but again, times change. So
I wrote this in Discord the other day. Someone was saying about Pepe or another project having 325 million in volume, and I came in and said, okay, let's look at Baby Doge. Baby Doge has a 10% tax. They have 1.7 million holders, and obviously they don't, just like EverGrow 140, we don't have that now, just like, Baby Doge lost a lot just like we did. But they have, obviously a lot, 10% tax. Obviously CEX exchanges, they have market making, so discount all of them, all that volume except for maybe 1 to 5%, but call it a 1% bear market. And I counted up, and their DEX in one day had 215,000 in volume, and
Wow.
they have a 10% tax in and out and 1.7. I looked at ours, and we had 200,000 the same day. We have 5% tax, and we have 200,000 the same day, and on DEX, and we have only 140,000 holders. Obviously, take away a lot of those people, but as you see, they should have a lot more volume than us with obviously a lot more holders than we do. It's a lot bigger community. These high tax tokens and taxable tokens are, in our eyes, they're a fade and they're going away, and they're only really, really good in a bull market. There's, a business can, unless you're, one of these huge businesses, you cannot make millions, 10 million in a day or even 2 million in a day. That's something maybe, I don't even know Binance can make that much profit in one day, and that all go back in the project. So, we're lucky if we can make a couple $100,000 in a day. That would be huge. That would be a win-win-win-win. So all of our volume is going to come from the people. And I think it's going to go away, except from the bull markets.
I'm curious.
Yeah, Paul, and sorry, go ahead.
Jordovic, I was just going to ask you, go ahead with your question, then I'll ask you one.
I was just going to say, to your point there, and I know some folks earlier were talking about, tempering expectations. You see a lot in the Telegram chats of people talking about getting the 10, 50 million in daily volume. I think, people really need to temper the expectations. I mean, when we launched in 2021, we were on a crazy little roll there, right? But I think people need to just, it's nice to dream, but hopefully we get there one day. But I think people have some pretty big expectations. It's funny in crypto just in general, right? People just will talk 1,000x like it's nothing, it's just a regular kind of expectation, but that's kind of the overall crypto market.
Absolutely. I think my question was, you were asking about staking earlier. So do you stake LuCrow, and are you kind of happy with the rewards that we're seeing so far?
I did stake it initially. I did take it out since, and I was actually kind of just waiting to kind of move my things around once Atlas comes out, and then kind of decide whether I want to do that
staking.
Again for
Gotcha.
LuCrow. Yeah, I think EGC, EverGrow, I will for sure. LuCrow, I was just a little unsure if I wanted to again, but I probably will.
What is that magic number that you think is worth it?
10% is pretty good, right? So
yeah.
I think I got. I think I like the comfort of the EverGrow staking being on your actual site and you guys own it. I think on one of your spaces a few weeks ago, you guys were talking about the risks of even putting it with Brew Labs. Got me a little bit thinking about that actually. Mm-hmm. So I just wasn't sure if the risk was worth the reward for that. But for EverGrow, I'd be more comfortable.
Yeah. I feel the same way. I would, eventually when the contract's up with Brew Labs, I would love to see LuCrow staking come to our site. Yeah. So thank you so much for the questions.
Can I get one more? I wouldn't mind getting just the team's thoughts on one. It's less of a question, but more of a hindsight thing. And probably I'd be interested to hear what Sam has to say, but obviously you guys as well. So I know Sam often talks about, at the all-time high, the team wallet was worth 150 million, whatever it was. Do you think in hindsight, and if you ever do get to a spot where it's anywhere near that again, you'd consider maybe dumping a bunch of the team tokens to just kind of prepare yourself for the next bear market and kind of have that cash on hand? Because at that point, it probably wouldn't really have done too much damage to the chart and holders. So obviously you can think about these things, but I was just curious if you guys thought about that.
I can answer that. The answer is no. Back in 2021, there was never a time that it was even thought of. The guys, they all made a promise to the community, and there was no budging on it, no, discussion about it, no behind the scenes about it, nothing at all. It was way too early. Now, going forward, it's going to be up to Sam on, but it's not going to be on the next bull run. If he decides to sell out of the team wallet, it would be a couple of years from now or something. But even if that does happen, he's not going to be like sell like $1 trillion. It'll be like something very little, and he'll come out first and be like, okay, I'm going to take a little bit of profit out of here or whatever. It'll be something like that, but it won't be on the next bull run. And if he does, he'll say something, but it won't be a lot. Like Sam, he's looking, more 5 years down the road, for that kind of money, when we're way up there. So not anywhere near in the foreseeable future. So we have discussed it. And there's not, it's more of discussion of like, oh, is it gonna, year 4, year 5, like way out there, and that'll just be for Sam. We get bonuses out of the team wallet, some of the team, and we can sell those if we want to. I still have all mine, but everyone. We don't discuss each other's, tokens and what we do with them or whatever. It's everyone's own business, but the blockchain never lies. And you can see that, if anything comes out of the team wallet, it's coming to some of the team, because, obviously me, Cody, Rocket, we weren't founders. So, we weren't given a large wallet just sitting there. So that's why we get bonuses.
Yeah, thanks for that. I'd be interested to see like what other people just think in general, right? I think for me and probably for a lot of us here, this is kind of like our first crypto cycle. I think others have been here for other cycles, but you kind of like Paul. I was in a similar boat too, where you get that harsh reality, not just with EverGrow, but everything else, where like you think there's no way things are going to drop more than 50% or 60%, and I'm okay holding for that. But then pretty much almost every crypto drops 95%, and that's likely to happen, I'd imagine, next cycle as well. So just kind of curious on how people may kind of change their profit strategy, taking and other things like that in this cycle.
Oh, I've definitely changed it. But Sam's okay with money, and those are his tokens. But I still have my private tokens and stuff now. I will definitely, when the next thing is, but I won't dump the chart and hurt it. Like if I start to go up, I want to take a little bit, here and there, just to be okay. I'm not going to dump the chart. I'll, do it. I'll do it responsibly. And I can speak for the other team members. If they decide to do anything, we all will do it responsibly. But we all don't even have enough to, kill the chart or hurt it anyway.
Exactly. That's the point. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And we're thinking long term here. We're thinking, past the all-time high of when we want to sell, for all the work we're doing and everything. Now we may sell a little bit to, keep our head above water, but I know I'm thinking long term.
What do you think, Cody? You feel the same way?
Yeah, absolutely. 100%, and that goes to anyone out there that chooses to sell. I mean, you do what you need to do, so, but to Paul's point, yes, I can speak, to that as well, in the sense of, especially within the team, if anyone chose to sell their own personal holdings, regardless of how they obtain them, buying them, a combo of buying them, or being given them, we'd always want to do that responsibly, because the last thing anybody wants to do is hurt a chart, But yeah, we don't have enough to really hurt a chart anyway, so. But if we did, so.
And it also depends on how things are done, right? I've been in my share of projects where they took profits, and by that I mean the team, and sometimes I even mean literally out of the liquidity pool, towards a goal. Yeah. Whatever that goal is, doesn't matter. But the problem isn't even, and many of them died almost immediately, but the problem isn't even that they took profits. The problem is they took it in secret. It took it without telling anybody, and like Paul said, eventually people found out the blockchain doesn't lie. And even if the objective for those funds taken out was a good objective and essentially for the good of the project, for building something, whatever it is, a lot of them still died because, well, there was no transparency. So trust is gone. And in almost all of these cases, if you were just have come forward, publicly announced or asked the community, none of that would have happened. Because the problem isn't even that you took some money. The problem is you didn't tell anyone. And the second you do that, it's over.
All right, I totally agree. You basically break that trust, right? Frank?
Integrity.
Yeah, absolutely. Frank NFTs, thanks for being so patient.
Oh, good guys. How is everyone?
Very, very well. Now that you're here, how are things? Have you done any good fishing?
No, it's windy. I'm going on Tuesday actually, so going up to a very big lake that's about 2 hours from my joint. So I'll do a big day session there. So
good stuff.
Hopefully get the 1 meter cod.
Absolutely.
I was on earlier, but I had to jump off, so I jumped back on. I heard you guys talking about taxes. I think taxes are perfect where they are at 5%, and don't mindle anymore with them. Because I've seen with other cryptos where there's no tax or very low tax, and the trading bots just destroy them. Cause it's easy for them to make quick profits, and they don't really move anywhere. It's always sideways movements because the trading bots are just screwing everyone. So I reckon 5% is perfect.
Right.
I agree.
10% seems like a lot. 5% is a really good compromise. I mean, obviously with LuCrow being one, I think that's, a great trading token. But it all depends on the market you're in too, right?
It does. I think LuCrow is going to be a bit different because it is a, part of the ecosystem, and it's going to be used for games and that sort of stuff. So I think people probably hold on to LuCrow for a bit longer than normal. But it does worry me if, suddenly the traders get in and they're using their bots. I'm afraid LuCrow will get, stuck in this sideways movement and no upwards gain because of them.
Gotcha. Yeah. So what's your thoughts on LunaSky NFT beta basically going dark now, and here we are in the in that kind of that right on the precipice here.
As someone who's been holding since the 26th of September 2021, about effing time. That's all I can say. So, I went through that
time,
run.
Though you didn't say what time.
Oh, look, I got up to get into the pre-sale.
Yeah.
But I slept through because it was like, I think 1 o'clock in the morning Australian time. And so I slept through and I thought, okay, look, I'll get onto it next morning. And I did. I woke up at 6 a.m. went, oh, shit, I missed the pre-sale, jumped on, and I was still able to for like $700 buy lots of hundreds of billions of dollars worth.
Mm-hmm.
So
it was a crazy time. You remember looking at that chart?
Oh, I do. And I remember that first big dump on a Tuesday and everyone went batshit crazy and Sam had to come on and calm everyone down. It's like, listen, this is part of trade, because one whale dumped, I think it was about 4 or 5 days afterwards because, it skyrocketed.
What was
he made his money and got out.
I remember that day.
There was I think the biggest buy I've ever seen is $100,000 buy, and that's probably not the biggest. What was Paul, go ahead. You said you remember that day. Tell me about it.
There was it was because the liquidity pool was still small.
Oh, yes.
And when it sold, it was like this huge candle. And so like people got really worried and stuff like that. So I think actually they did a little moonshot to rebound from it. Because remember, we had we had the moonshot back in the day. I think we only used it twice. But they used it to recover the price in halfway there. But then after October 1st, anytime we kept it as an ongoing joke, if there was a big sell of $1 trillion, the dip would get eaten up within 5 minutes. Literally, there'd be a big red line, but people loved it because they could buy back in, for a cheaper price, and it would always get eaten up from October all the way until the end of November. Anytime there was a big sell, the dip would get eaten up. And then December started, sliding down. And then we had the low around Christmas. And then there was the price jumped back up to, 5015 around the first week of January.
and then it's been downhill ever since there. But those days were fun, man. We used to laugh about the dips and everything like that. It was great. It was fun.
Crazy times, huh?
So much fun. Yeah, so much fun. I mean, and I was just watching the holder count just go up, and people posting their rewards, and that's what we're going to want from all you guys too. And I know it'll be good, like through the staking. We want everyone to post, what they're getting in EverGrow staking, and you guys haven't seen it yet, but Cody can attest to this. Man, it looks awesome. Like, it's clean, slick, easy to use, really nice. The staking page, it is absolutely great. You guys are gonna love it, and taking screenshots of it and showing it to everybody. And I'm actually curious to see, like, as of right now, like, how many people stake, and then how many, what percent of the supply will actually be staked.
That's what I'm really curious about.
Yeah.
Like for me, when I saw LuCrow at 12-ish%, I was like, doing backflips, even 10%. I'm even every 8%. I'm not angry with that at all. That's great. It's just going to be curious to see how EverGrow is going to turn out.
I know it'll be good. I know that. I mean, unless, I can't, with the team wallet not in there, and the big wallet, gone, obviously, which is, awesome. I really think it's going to be a really good APR, especially now, especially the first couple months. Now, but here's the other thing: it's if people see that it's really high, then we're going to get a lot of more people buying in and then staking. So next thing you know, the price goes, and this is where it's going to be a tricky situation for a lot of people. Is let's say everyone loves that APR, where people start buying in for a lot because they want to stake it and get that. Next thing you know, the price rises, but then the APR goes down because those people buy, let's say, 250 billion, 500, whatever it is, they spend. They'll stake it. The APR goes down a little bit, but the price goes up.
Exactly.
Then someone, if they decide to get out, they sell. The price will go down, but the APR will go back up. So it's going to be this tricky thing. Like, that's going to be fun. Kind of fun to see. It play out. When do I do this? When do I do that? Do I do this? Do I do that? And it's but we have a good plan set up. Honestly, I think, unless we go on some other crazy run or something like that or whatever, you're going to want to leave it staked, because it's going to be worth it.
Awesome. I can't wait.
Period.
Hey, Paul, how good is your trigger finger?
Really good.
Really good? Okay, good stuff. Give him a second.
Oh, here we go. Steve, how good's that trigger finger? Red button.
Yep.
No.
EGC. Oh, there we go.
No.
Gone.
No. No.
There you go.
No. Not even a speak.
I was going to be like, you have some splaining to do.
Nah. We already talked about it.
Good.
The guys. I wanted to. Nope. Anyway. Move on.
That's why the beautiful red button exists on everyone's desk at any moment. Just press that red button.
The nuke button.
Yeah, Cody and Rocket gave me the nuke button.
Oh, my red phone's ringing, man. Did you? Uh-oh. I feel you might say something. Got my hand on the red phone.
I'm curious, guys. Do you want to keep talking about just kind of in general? I know I had a couple news things I was going to talk about. You curious at all, or do you want to just keep rolling with what we're doing?
It's up to you, man. It's your space.
Yeah, buddy, your space. Hit that news.
I got, if I need to go, I'll tell you I need to go, just like Cody will.
Sure, appreciate it. So these two articles I thought were kind of interesting. The first one, these are kind of like popular back in 2016, but this one is from NBC. New crypto couple appears to plead guilty in the Bitcoin hack money laundering case. The New York couple charged with trying to launder 4.5 billion Bitcoin stolen in a 2016 hack of Bitfinex appears set to plead guilty in the case. The couple, Ilya Lichtenstein and Heather Rihanna Morgan, have been newly charged in the case with a document known as an information, according to the Washington, D.C. federal court docket entry on Friday. An information is a type of charging document that federal prosecutors typically use when defendants have agreed to plead guilty. Another docket entry shows that Liechtenstein, an aspiring rapper, Morgan, having been ordered to appear on August 3rd for a separate arraignment and plea hearings on the information. The nature of charges of the information was not made public. It is common for informations to have fewer charges than those originally lodged against the defendant, or to have different ones. Judge Colleen Codley, I don't know if you pronounce that right, on Friday ordered prosecutors and defense lawyers to provide plea paperwork to her by Thursday, the document shows. This was just made less than a day ago, this article. That paperwork is to include charge offenses and statutory provisions, charges in plea and statutory provisions, elements of the offense, copy of the plea agreements, penalties, and federal sentencing guideline calculations. The couple was originally charged in a criminal complaint when they were arrested in February 2022 and had pleaded not guilty to the charges listed in that document: money laundering, conspiracy, and conspiracy to defraud the United States. Morgan, known as Razzlecan, is free on $3 million bond. Liechtenstein, whose nickname is Dutch, has been held in jail since February 2022 without bond after a judge ruled that the Russian immigrant was a flight risk. The U.S. Attorney's Office in Washington, which is prosecuting the couple, declined to comment. Their defense lawyers didn't immediately respond for a request for comment from CNBC. Prosecutors had said weeks after the couple's arrest that they were in a plea negotiations with them. The couple's case had been repeatedly continued since their arrest. Until Friday, the new document entries, they had been scheduled to appear at a status hearing on Monday. That hearing was vacated as a result of the new charging document being filed. Liechtenstein, 34, and 32-year-old Morgan were accused of trying to launder the proceeds of 119,754 Bitcoin that were stolen from Bitfinex platform in August of 2016. The couple was not charged in the hack of the Hong Kong-based currency crypto exchange. At the time of the arrest, the Department of Justice said they had been able to seize more than 94,000 Bitcoin involved in the hack, which at that time was worth about $3.6 billion. That was the largest financial seizure in DOJ history. That's crazy, that amount of money. The Bitcoin stolen in the hack was worth just $70 million at the time, but obviously it has soared in value over the years. Over the last 5 years, approximately 25,000 of those stolen Bitcoins were transferred out of Liechtenstein's wallet via a complicated money laundering process that ended up with some of the stolen funds being deposited into financial accounts controlled by Liechtenstein and Morgan, the DOJ said at the time of their arrest. And apparently, Netflix is going to be doing a series on the couple. That's kind of interesting.
Whoa.
Yeah, they made it to Netflix.
Great. Let's
Yeah,
wow.
Do you
weird. I feel split about it because it's like give them more attention, but at the same time, important to bring attention to those types of things going on out there in the world. So
do you know how?
Oh, no, not the Netflix. Oh, sorry, Steve. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, do you know how they were able to get into Bitfinex?
No, how?
I have no clue. I was just curious.
I believe to this day, no one knows.
Yeah.
Those two, and even if it was only worth $70 million at the time, they still defrauded thousands of people. That's still $70 million. When I say it's about time, I don't mean the Netflix documentary. I mean it's about time they got charged and paid for their crimes because that was terrible. And by the way, her rapping, because apparently the female, she's apparently was an aspiring rapping artist. Go look her up. It's one of the worst rapping I've ever seen in my life, and she's actually a meme in the community for it.
That's wild. Well, you can buy. I mean, maybe she was thinking she could buy a lot of training for all those Bitcoin. I'm guessing she got a hold of the hot wallet.
Yeah, that's probably what happened. You know what? Me and I've been bringing them to Sam, and the devs. I found. I've been going back and finding any wallet hacks. That has happened in the past, how they happened, why they happened, and then taking it to our devs and, Sam also, and, being like, why did this happen? Obviously just making sure nothing is implemented in that, even though we're going to have, we're going to have it double checked. They do an audit on it and we're doing a separate audit, and it's called a penetration test. But when I was looking at wallet hacks,
there was a major one with Atomic Wallet, and they took like $38 million.
Wow.
But what happened is what they did was it didn't come from people downloading it on Apple. It came from, they sent out, like, someone like who made the wallet or whatever were sending out like links, like where we're beta testing right now.
Mm-hmm.
And like they're sending out links, and then people are downloading those links outside of the Apple Store and outside of Google Play.
Gotcha.
And those were hacked.
Gotcha.
And that button got around to like so much of the community. And
right, so
that's
basically phishing, right?
What'd you say?
Yeah, so basically phishing, just redirecting to a fake website and getting your credential. Yeah.
Yes, and then another one was like how this one company, how they made seed phrases, and well, the company, you actually could only use the seed phrase for that wallet. This was years ago. I forget what the wallet name was, but you couldn't use that, like, seed phrase in a Trust Wallet or MetaMask, something like that. But they weren't the random generator wasn't working right or whatever it did, and it allowed a hacker to go in and basically use a tool to, like, guess wallets, 12 seed, basically the random generator wasn't good enough, basically.
Gotcha.
And but that was years ago. But I'm taking all this and doing research on all this, even though we're going to have it all tested and show it on the website, the penetrate to test the past and all this like stuff. Just doing extra homework on it, on all this stuff to make sure, even with the staking contract, that's actually going to be triple audited, just to make sure everything. And I think we're going to have things audited, and penetration test every 6 months, because you never know what
new people. Beautiful. That's good.
Yeah, people come up with new stuff, new hacks. You need it, rechecked. So it's always better to be safe than sorry, and that's what we're going towards. Want the best protection out there. But really, what I found is, 99.9% is your personal responsibility. Clicking on bad links, giving your seed phrase out, connecting to a site that's not good.
Yeah, and that's going to be 90. You said 96%, right?
I don't know what it is. It's a large percent. There's only been like 3 wallet hacks, and over the past like 5 years, and they were all like, they didn't get into like a regular wallet. It was something bad that was done in the background. It wasn't like got into like a Trust Wallet or whatever. I think Trust Wallet had something going on the Chrome extension or whatever, and no one lost any money, but it was just some kind of bug that happened with it.
Interesting.
Weird. Yeah.
Interesting. I heard of a really unusual hack where they were going through all the people that were going to get paid from a project, right? And like ETH or whatever it was, BNB, and somebody had hacked the spreadsheet and was able to add their wallet address and blend it in among 30 other people, so nobody noticed there was an extra wallet address, and they got paid. Yeah. It was like, you got to admit the creativity is something else.
Yeah. You got to clap the creativity, man. That's hilarious.
Yeah. So.
I was, like a year and a half ago, I was talking to, I'm not going to name the project or the owner, but I was talking to them, and they were doing an over-the-counter sale of like $300,000 for their tokens. And it wasn't us. This wasn't when we were doing it. This was a year and a half ago. And it was for $300,000, and the guys, the client had to send $300,000 in Bitcoin first, and then the tokens we sent out, because obviously you can trust the project more than one person, because the project is public. So they did. The guy received his Bitcoin, so then he sent tokens. Next thing you know, the tokens just get dumped like right away. But why would someone do that? Because they obviously don't make any money like right then and there, because the charge stays the same. And then he checked his wallet, and the Bitcoin was fake.
Oh man!
So it was like a just they made it look like Bitcoin, but it wasn't.
Oh man!
Yeah, I don't know how, whatever, but he made it look like he sent Bitcoin and actually came up $200,000. But it was, I don't know how it was done or what it is. I'm not skilled in that, but this guy he's a pretty smart guy. Like, I don't know how he got fooled, but then they tried it with other projects. People hit us up all the time on Telegram and stuff, wanting to do over the counter purchases, and we don't give them any mind.
Right.
It's literally like those people doing the same thing.
Right.
Trying to do the same thing, and they want to send Bitcoin, and we're just like, no, we wouldn't do it anyway. It's just, you want to buy, go to PancakeSwap.
Yeah. You always got to play defense, right?
These are going to be like 99%, like Paul was saying. These are going to be like 99% of all the scams and frauds that happen. It's just literally someone being creative about the way that they, get around you or scam you. But then there's the other 1%, which is the extremely rare ones, which is usually some sort of exploit in the blockchain, the world of crypto, code is law. And when code is law, one little exploit that no one saw, but someone did, is enough. And unfortunately, in the entirety of crypto, not just EverGrow, in the entirety of crypto, every single project is that could happen to it. There is literally no way to fight against that until it actually happens.
Yeah.
But it is extremely rare. 99% of it is just people being creative and tricking you somehow.
But also, I was talking to the team about this and some from the community. Like with Atlas, considering that we're going to be new coming out, it's going to take some time for the big whales to trust a new wallet. Usually you want a wallet to be out a little while and people to be using it a while and then to get comfortable with it. And then next thing you know, they're, willing to, have $1 million in there or whatever, their net worth. You're not gonna have their entire net worth in one wallet, but
yeah, that makes sense
in there. And then, they got to build up to that, and you got to, have a track record. We're going to be new. They're not just going to be like, oh, new wallet out, let me put like my entire life, save it in there. Like, they're not going to, their entire, Bitcoin or their entire crypto in there. They'll put their like side wallet in there first, and then, after 6 months, everything's doing good, they'll put more in, and then a reputation, that'll be, will gain, and then they'll put more and more money in, and then they'll keep going. Now, not really, obviously we want, people to use, as many people to use our wallet and stuff, but, the revenue that we're gonna, make is gonna be off, people buying, off Simplex Transacts and, that, which, big people with millions of dollars aren't going to do that because they have it already. And then, but we'd also like, we would off the swaps, we could do it with that. But in the swaps, usually the cross chain swap, there's a min and a max on some of the cross chains that you can do. The regular swap, there's not. But usually not a lot of people. It's very not. There's some people that do big transactions, big swaps, but a lot of them are in the middle. So we'll automatically get those from the beginning, which is good. So that's what we want to draw revenue. So just keep adding users.
And most people's first instinct would be to be, well, why would they move their wallet if they've already, like, why start a new wallet when they've gotten one that already works just fine? And without saying anything, but seeing what I've seen, they're going to want to use the wallet. And just some of the features that I've seen, one feature in particular blew my mind. So, yeah.
And the plan we have behind it, with, getting them to, why they need to use the wallet. I'm not really going to get into the marketing plan, but why they need to use our wallet instead of Trust Wallet. And then they're going to need to use it, time and time again. And then they're going to be like, oh, I like this. Okay, I'm
this
just going to
works
use
great.
Yeah. So, that needs to happen over and over again for someone to switch wallets. We came up with a great marketing plan where they're going to have to do that, and can't get into it right now, but you'll see what we're doing when it's released, and you'll see it. And Steve knows about it. People close to the project know about it, and they love it, and they know it's going to work. But we still got to work hard at it. It's going to be an everyday thing. I got to assemble a team, and I know Cody and Rocket will do the same thing with LunaSky. Sam's going to be, doing the same thing with both of us, and staking and the games, all this stuff. We're going to be. That's when the real work happens, and I'm so excited about it.
Yeah, and just an update for people if they're curious about Atlas Wallet. I think we're going into build number 17. So how does it work, Paul? Like with every version I see, obviously there's been changes, improvements. What is that? What is the deciding factor on what makes a version update versus just kind of working within what you have? Can you even answer that?
It's frustrating sometimes, to tell you the truth. Sometimes they fix 5 to 10 things, and then you get a build back, and you get the build back, and something that was already fixed goes wrong again. And like a balance being off or the swap being off, and you're like, okay, they fixed that, but then this messed up again. What's the deal? Stuff is just not as easy, or it's not as fast, or and it's not as easy as just switching this on and off, like we think it is. And that's why there's going through so many builds. But luckily, the builds are coming fast, and we're making progress with it.
Do you know how many builds you guys are going to go through? Like ballpark number?
No, we don't know. We'll go through as many until we get it right.
Gotcha.
But I know that it's not wasting time, because we know that we want LunaSky and staking to come first. So it's not. We're still moving fast, but we know that it's going to be after that. And then also Sam had talked about a company that we've been trying to work with, that we're going to get, we wanted to get upon launch. Looks like that's going to happen, which is really good. People are going to love it, be so excited about it. It's the main thing. I can't wait to tell people about it, and looks like that's going to happen. So happy about that.
Is it related to the off ramping?
Maybe.
Oh, my hand's on the red button, buddy.
Yeah.
Well, you stay over there in Luna land, okay?
I am on the way to your house.
You stay in Luna
I almost
land.
got him.
Which is 19 hours away from me, I think. I'm in the car. I'm on the way.
You stay in Luna land.
I'm driving.
You said the other day, you said when it was last night when you were talking about the drive like this, and I was like doing the math. I was like, wait a second, that's not to Florida. He didn't go to Florida for EverGrow Man Burger, did he?
I talked about that last week. Remember?
Yeah.
I tried, y'all. I really did. EverGrow or bust. If you're listening, I really tried. I just didn't have time. So, long story short, I'll make it quick. Went out of town last week to the future in-laws. We went to pick up the kids. They stayed with Grandma and Grandpa for a bit past few weeks. So we went down there to visit and pick them up. And it's about 3 hours from Naples, which I believe Naples, Florida, is where the restaurant is for EverGrow Man. What is it? EverGrow Bust? EverGrow or Bust is the guy who owns the restaurant. I think it's about 3 hours from where I was in Florida. I tried. I said, look, I think I need to. I think we need to drive down south a little bit. She said, well, for what? I said, well, I got to go down there and do a thing or two. And she's looking at me like, oh, God, what does that mean? Is this a crypto? She says, is this a crypto thing? And I said, look, he's got a hamburger now, okay? For God's sakes. The man has an EverGrow hamburger. I've got to go down there and get this thing. And
that's far to drive, though.
I didn't make it down there.
Vacation, only being there.
But I tried. Yeah. I tried. Didn't happen. Maybe next time, right?
And keep in mind, guys. Go ahead.
Can Drake come up? And I know, Steve, you're a tester, but Drake, he's been such a great. He's been like one of the all-stars of the beta team. You want to come up and talk about the process? And I don't know if you can talk or not.
I gave him the mic there, and I was just going to be my next point was that these guys, working behind the scenes, like I'm in the chat on Discord, and these guys are working really hard. They got like a document they're working on, and every time they test something and they give feedback and all of that stuff, that hard work, it just makes things go so much smoother and faster. If like guys like Drake weren't in there doing that, this whole thing would take probably 3 or 4 times longer. It's just amazing work. I mean, I just see them in there hours and hours and hours just trying things, and they deserve our thanks. So please give them a round.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I got to piggyback on that 100%. All everyone that is involved in that testing is just really going the extra mile. Drake, Hyper, there's a number of people involved in there. Zelda, Marios, Nicola, the list goes on. I don't mean to exclude any names. Of course, Moon even, with LunaSky, yourself, Steve, with Atlas. It's really incredible because, again, everyone, I mean, these people are volunteering their time. And they're not like, everybody volunteers the time they have available. We all have personal lives. We all have responsibilities and priorities, but they come in, they volunteer that time, and they're vigilant about it, and they stick to it. They are consistent. And I think that is just something to call out. The consistency, there is amazing to me. And I look every day, I'm in there watching, and like, I don't comment a lot in the Atlas beta room because, I don't really need to, but I see all of y'all in there, and it's just constant. There's a ton of people testing that wallet. The wallet testing is very different. We spoke a little bit about that earlier, right? In comparison to LunaSky, what's the testing like between the two? Well, it's very different. These are two completely different types of builds, two completely different products. So the testing aspect is different. Atlas is much more involved in the testing, and it has to be because there are so many more small components at play here that need to happen and can really only be resolved or even determined through lots and lots and lots of hands-on, lots and lots of eyes on, and lots of testing. But yeah, it's amazing to watch y'all in there. I love just reading those chats, man. It makes me very proud, and I smile every time I read them because I'm like, gosh, all of these people in here just busting their behind on this, completely dedicated, consistent. It's not a day or a week and then they're MIA. They're just continually there, and they're coming back, and they're back, and they're back, and it's really fantastic. So big props, big round of applause to all of you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And even Paul, go ahead, Paul.
I couldn't do it without everybody. I mean, just impossible. I remember when, just a quick story. I was just beta testing and getting the bigger stuff out of the way before I brought the extra people in. And the next thing I bring extra people in, and they were pointing out stuff that I've been looking at for 2 months that I didn't see at all. And
same.
You need all those. Same with Cody. You've done this same thing. It's so weird. I'm like, oh, how come I didn't see that? Well, you just look at it for so long. But that's why you need all those eyes.
Well, I always liked what you said, Paul. Like you said a few weeks ago, right? Remember, that old adage about, when you're so close to the forest, you don't see the trees.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that when you said it. Well, this was probably longer than a few weeks ago, but I was like, it's a great point. Kind of like we touched on earlier. But yeah, it's amazing. It's like, and to that point, having them come in and then having Sam come in, and Sam's always watching everything, so he comes in after, we have meetings with our respective devs for our respective projects, and he's like, well, I found this, this, and this. And we're like, oh, gosh, okay, cool. And then we document, we submit our feedback and the ways that we're supposed to submit it with said devs on said project, et cetera,
I think it's great, too, because one of the channels in there, there's actually a dev that monitors. And I think just the communication that goes on there, like, it just kind of blows me away that here we are, pardon me, talking to, these issues that are going on, and there's this back and forth, which just makes it so much more efficient. But these guys that are in there, of course, they have fun too, and still do the work and all that stuff. But Paul, I see you go in there and you kind of like focus people, because people are kind of doing their own thing and they're testing this, they get an idea, and then you bring them back to the middle and just say, okay, I need you to do this, I need you to do this, and that just makes it go so much smoother. And I appreciate it. So thank you.
Yeah, well, there's sometimes, and Sam has done this even with us too. Sometimes it's not putting your foot down, but it's just kind of, being a leader and rallying the troops, getting everyone back in. But, there's been people that have stepped up, Hyper and Hyper has, made organization. I'm not a very organized person. I can be, but I just don't know. Hyper came in and just made stuff super organized and made my job a lot easier. And next, Drake just followed up right behind him and as soon as like the document is like made and updated, Drake has like tested everything already, like, and it's already, on there, and everyone's got to go back through it. So it's really, and and there's everyone else. This, it's an entire team effort.
Yeah,
It really is.
I love seeing that, especially from my perspective, because as a project manager, my main priority is organization. It is managing the data and the organization of projects being built. Now, I can't manage every project being built, right? That's why we divide ourselves up as a team. Paul and his team take the wallet, me and Rocket and our team take, the LunaSky, and then we both are handling staking, etc. So I love that, Paul. I love that you brought that organization thing up, because Paul knows me pretty well at this point. He knows I'm a stickler for that kind of stuff. It's like if I'm not in Jira making a Scrum list or whatever for project management, maybe I'm working on an Excel document or putting together an update list. Like every time we have a meeting, I usually write a pretty detailed update, and that gets sent to the boss and et cetera. So. Organization is key, and it's great to look at that Atlas beta channel that you guys are testing and see that, and I love that, and it makes me really proud,
It's
and
pretty
really
exciting.
grateful.
It's pretty exciting just to even be a witness of it, because I can't do what some of the people doing, like Drake and Hyperbeam and all that stuff. I just don't have the time to dedicate to it. I get in there and play around, and I try and find things and all that stuff, and I try to keep up. It's a fast-paced environment in there, and I'm like, I feel kind of bad because I'm like, man, I was like,
man.
Yeah, it's just like, wow, you guys are doing a lot of work in there, and all of you who are not involved in that, you should be really, really proud. Just the level of dedication that's going into it. It's pretty amazing.
I have to agree with that, Steve, and I completely agree with you. I don't have the time really nowadays or lately, and then compared to, Hyperbeam and Drake are two of the greatest assets to this community and to the EverGrow project as a whole that I've ever seen. I clap my hands at them. I really do.
I agree 100%. I want to say something to that as well. You guys both just said you don't really have the time to invest like others do. I have to tell you this. That's okay. It doesn't matter if you're investing 1 hour, in there, or you're investing 100. Every single bit of it is appreciated. It is beneficial, and it's fantastic. So thank you.
Yeah, the only people like the beta testers that or any of the staff that like we just talked about earlier, that sometimes need to reorganize or whatever, are really the guys that get paid or something like that. It's pretty easy in a bear market when you're just building this stuff, when you got other stuff going on, to kind of lose track, kind of just go through the motions or whatever, and you need that. Sometimes I need it. Sam, to get me back on track. Sometimes you just need that voice. But the volunteers. Obviously we like the help, and we've chosen the volunteers that actually want to actually help and we can trust. But like the staff is a little bit different because they have the responsibilities because they get paid. But some people do way more than others, and it's noticed, and they get brought up, and they're working their way up, just like me and Cody did. And take it, two of those names right off. Hyper, Drake, huge just assets. Zelda has really stepped up in the past couple months. You just people separate themselves from the pack, and you can see it. And we want them to know we can see it. It's cool.
100%.
Yeah, it's cool to see.
Yeah, I think a crypto project can really be kind of defined by its accomplishment. Like, of course, we look at utilities and its community that supports it, right? So, we've always talked about how amazing this community is, individuals who kind of like just dedicate themselves every day to helping their fellow community members. I started putting a list together in the Discord channel of, there's a Twitter Spaces channel in there, and I just wanted to recognize a few people who just, again, make this community so great. And the couple people that I want to recognize today use the Force. They produce EGC merchandise, stickers, physical coins, And they actually did a fundraiser a little bit ago and to help Moon Android when he was having some health issues. So this is one way that the community comes together and demonstrates just how valuable we are, right? We talked about EverGrow Bust for his contributions to the community through the restaurants in Florida. There's two of them, right? The EverGrow Man Burger. It's really popular, and he's getting the name of EverGrow out there. Just fantastic, right? Bard, of course, working in relative secret on his project, just gave me a little glimpse of what he's working on. I was kind of blown away. I had no idea. Ton of work into that, and just active member and Creator Core channel. And can you say it for me, Cody?
Say that last part one more time.
I just wanted you to say Creator Core one more time.
Oh yes. I'm working on writing the death metal version of this for Paul right now. What he said, everyone, and it was beautiful, and I love it. I'm not picking on you. I actually really enjoyed it, Paul, so I'm going to write this song for you. He said, Crater Corpse. That's what he said.
I have no idea why it's so funny.
It's because it's like Cannibal Corpse for any metalheads out there. It's like, but he said Crater Corpse, y'all, and it was beautiful, and I really liked it. And
that is such a great name. Yeah, that is amazing.
I'm telling you, I'm not being facetious. I'm not picking on anybody, even though it's a good opportunity to pick on you. I'm not.
I love people pick on me. I seriously do, because then that gives me I can pick on your back.
It was awesome, and I can totally hear it right now in my head. It's just like Crater Corpse, sound effect.
Sound effect, yeah. That's awesome. So every week I want to do that. I want to recognize some of the great people in this community because you deserve it.
I love that. Do it, Steve. I love that.
Yeah, Steve, real quick. If I don't get the chance, when LunaSky comes out, we need you all to make sure you go into other NFT communities and put the link in the comments or whatever for the the Tesla giveaway, by the EverGrow Man. Remember, this is going to be out, probably going to be, 30 to 45 days, I'm guessing, 60 days max. I don't know what Sam's going to choose of how many days to be out. But remember, a lot of people in the EverGrow community already bought, that. So I'm sure some people buy some more, but we want to sell as many as possible because it goes to buy back and burn. So let's make sure we get, that out, because we're going to want to go outside the EverGrow community, obviously, to market, LunaSky, but, let's really push the EverGrow Man out there and the competition out there to other communities so we can get as many of those sold for, not only price action, for when LunaSky comes out, but also obviously we'll burn them, everything like that. So let's push them when LunaSky comes out to other, NFT, anything, anywhere you can.
Yeah.
That's going to be that's going to be one of the main goals.
I'm going to piggyback that. This is your opportunity to win $50,000 or a Tesla by simply buying an EverGrow Man NFT. Also, you're going to receive 2 LuCrow airdrops for every EverGrow Man NFT you own. Every one you own is a ticket to entry, and every one you own is 2 free LuCrow drops. Now, think about that. You could get a LuCrow drop of a certain amount, and who knows? Maybe you hold that for a bit, and that price goes up. And the next thing you know, that LuCrow drop is 10, 20 times what you paid for that 1, 2, 3 EverGrow Man NFT box, right? Now, this is a limited time only. I mean, that contest is going to end. When? We'll let you know. But this is your chance to win $50,000 or a Tesla and receive free LuCrow. 2 drops of free LuCrow.
That's a great point. And that, like you said, that LuCrow could be worth a lot, especially you hold on to it. You see some price action, that could be worth a lot of money.
Think about it. You could buy one of the mystery boxes for 1, 3, or 5. And speaking of which, if you buy 3, obviously it's a little cheaper than just buying 3 individually. If you buy 5, it's a little cheaper than buying 5 individually. But yeah, you could buy 1, 3, or 5 EverGrow Man NFTs. You get 2 LuCrow drops per EverGrow Man NFT. I mean, who knows what that could be worth one day? I mean, if LuCrow does what we are, obviously hoping that it does and working for it to do, it could be worth a lot. You never know.
I'm more of, I mean, I actually think everyone in this room already, has theirs. They might buy again. But, if you can get, if everyone in this room can get, a few other people to buy one, if everyone in the EverGrow community can get, another person to buy one, because let's say, if we can do the same amount, I mean, look, guys, a home run would be if we can get the same amount sold. We sold I think 2,500, the first time. If we can do another 2,500, that's a win. I mean, it's a huge win right there. I didn't think, we, especially in this bear market, if we were in a bull market, we probably could sell them all. So, I mean, literally, it can make a huge difference with buying pressure, with the excitement that's happening, with the stake, everything that's coming out. So let's really push it.
And 100%.
I think we could get there. I think we could create some hype. Sorry, Steve.
No,
create some hype around it, and I think we could hit that other 2,500, or at least another 2,000 sold. We're going back to a full marketing push for the contest, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And I think
I think we can get there.
And keep in mind too is that 100% of that goes to buyback and burn. So
100% of that goes to buyback and burn. Absolutely, Steve. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, so it's a win-win.
Was the number of LuCrow and the two drops ever stated?
No, it has not been stated yet, nor the time frame.
We want to see how many, or Sam wants to see, exactly how many are sold, and so we can see, how much is left in treasury, how much, there are to give out, whether 15,000 are sold or if it's 5,000. I think, the less that are sold, the probably more LuCrow people will get. So you got to be smart about all this, so we don't, run out of, LuCrow on the treasury and all this stuff. So that's why you just can't, pick an arbitrary number. So that's why, he's waiting to do that. And the dates, obviously. We couldn't announce the dates because, we don't know what's going to be finished.
I was hoping to ask Kate Taylor, couldn't be on today, but she had a question. She had two questions, actually. Number one, who will have control of the seed phrases in Atlas Wallet? That's the first question.
Nobody.
Exactly.
Yeah, nobody. That's your own seed phrase. Unless you tell somebody, which you definitely don't want to ever do.
Yeah.
Wait, what seed phrases? I'm confused.
Exactly. I think maybe there's a little bit of confusion with the thought process, so that's why the question came up.
Sure.
So nobody will have control of your seed phrases. They're yours unless you tell somebody.
Yeah, we don't have access to them. The devs never have access to them. You can't break in and see it. Like you're the only one that gets them. Like
it's a random generation, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And they're not stored anywhere.
Oh, they thought you stored those. I see.
No, yeah.
I can't say for sure what the thinking was on that, but yeah. So that answers that question.
No, it's not a bad question. I asked the question months ago to our devs. I actually asked them. I want to know everything inside and outside of what's inner workings of the wallet, and I know it's like a window that you look at the blockchain. But I want to know all the inner workings of this and that, and I never think about it. So months ago, I actually asked, and I was like, "So, is there like a thing where like the data is stored and it's just locked or whatever like that? Like, how does that all work?" And the answer is like, no. It just gets to the one person and it's given to them and it's stored on their, it's given to them. It's never like, it's only shown on their phone or, if you open up that application of that seed phrase, it's not stored anywhere.
That makes sense.
Where you can get to it. Yeah.
The second question, they said, will there be off-ramping for Australians to Australian banks?
Off-ramping
depends on the provider. Yeah, if they're
provider, but off-ramping in countries is like, all the banks. There is one that Australia does, but I don't know if your bank's going to work or not.
Gotcha.
So while yes, there is but some people don't have success, and some people do.
Gotcha.
So
yeah, provider and financial institutions, what that comes down to.
Yeah. But we do have, one of them, I think EverGrow does do Australia, but, some banks don't accept it, some do.
Gotcha.
And by the way, I got some news that I got, like I said, this is what they tell me, but, or us, but, I wouldn't hold anyone's breath, but they're telling me that, around next week that EverGrow will be ready with Simplex, that their testing will be over. But we heard that about a year ago. So I'm just telling you what I heard from them. it's not going to matter. But it's not going to matter now. I mean, but it will be available. But even when it does come out, we got to test and see if the price is right. But I know this. I can tell you guys this, that compared to the other providers, like Alchemy Pay and stuff, Simplex is way high, and it's high even in Trust Wallet. Not just for EverGrow, but for everything else. Even I think in Trust Wallet you pay I think it's 8-9%, and Atlas is the same thing. So that
this kind of goes back, Paul, to what we discussed in previous discussions about this. Yes, Simplex is high, but we knew this.
Yeah.
Well, we knew this already. Again, you either want it simple and you pay a premium, or you go through PancakeSwap. I don't see anything wrong with that to this day, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, we have other options that are cheaper than that, where it's just around 4%, some 3%, where it's a lot cheaper. So I know. So LuCrow and EverGrow are available on Transact outside of the U.S. to buy. Alchemy Pay, LuCrow and EverGrow inside the U.S. And then Simplex will be everywhere. And Mercurio doesn't accept are not accepting new tokens until the law or whatever they get worked out. So, and then Transact is going to come back to the U.S., they said, at the end of the year. So waiting.
Oh, they are? Okay.
That's what they say, but who knows, hopefully it's sooner, now that, XRP case went through, maybe they can, do it sooner.
Paul, has MoonPay bailed from the U.S.?
I don't know.
No, I just used it the other day to buy, what did I buy there? Maybe ETH? I did use something else, but I think I used MoonPay a few days ago to buy Ethereum.
You're cutting out a little bit there, Cody.
Oh, sorry. I was saying I think I used MoonPay a few days ago to buy Ethereum. I'll double check because I don't know. Maybe I didn't, but I'll double check. I think I did.
It wasn't available in the Trust Wallet to buy EGC the last time I looked, but it's been a while.
Well, what are you talking about?
MoonPay was not available in Trust Wallet to buy EGC.
No, MoonPay is not we don't have a provider with MoonPay. It's not going to be an Atlas at launch. We tried, but you need to have volume in order for them to even talk to you. So they wouldn't talk to us pre-launch because we don't have any volume. So
it used to be available to buy BNB in Trust Wallet, and it wasn't the last time I checked.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know, but I do want to get MoonPay added, but we need some volume first, and then
yeah, it depends. I think too, maybe where you are. I'm not sure because CWP. I'm looking at it right now, and I did use MoonPay to buy Ethereum in Trust Wallet a few days ago. I'm looking at my wallet now too, and I see MoonPay is the first one that comes up for me trying to buy Ethereum because it has the best rate. That's for me though. I'm in the state I'm in. I don't know if that has anything to do with it or not, but yeah, I used it.
I'm not going to lie. That angers me a little bit. The fact that MoonPay won't even talk to you, that kind of, that gets under my skin.
Yeah, it's stupid.
I think MoonPay is going more towards centralized exchanges.
Yeah, they said, here, fill out the application, blah, blah, blah. If you don't hear from us in 30 days, that means you did not meet our specifications. And so I did that, never got a response back. And then I followed up with emails, Twitter account, everything like that. And I got shut down. I always try everything to get through. But they were like, no, they're a hard one to crack. I need to go with them with some volume. So hopefully we get a good first month volume in the wallet that I can take and then be like, you guys missed out.
Yeah.
So.
And you mentioned that quite a while ago that we got to demonstrate a working wallet, And I imagine too, once we can demonstrate we have a certain number in volume, the rates might change. It might be more competitive, and there might be willing to go toe to toe with each other to give you guys the best deal. So
it's already pretty close because we compare, the stuff in, for Trust Wallet and us, and we compare prices, all the time and see where we're at. Very competitive.
Good.
It's close. It's very, very close. So you're not gonna have to, but if you're gonna buy something, use Atlas Wallet because it only benefits you. And I mean, if you're only going to save something, it'd be like pennies if you go to Trust Wallet. It's not a far off price. In fact, I think Transact Mercury might be cheaper, actually, with some of the tokens, actually. But remember, use even for swapping, try to use Atlas for everything you can, because we want to show volume and all that. Even if you're going to swap on PancakeSwap, why give them the revenue? The tax when you can give it to your fellow EverGrow holders, so we can create some revenue and give it back to everybody. I know that's what I'm going to do every single time.
Absolutely. I'm going to read a couple comments here. EverGrow Bus said, Rockets work greeting customers right at the check-in. Got a picture that he put up here of EverGrow Man right next to the, looks like the menus in the restaurant. That's awesome. Good to see. And what else? A couple other comments here. Steve, this is from Father Kumokehi. Kennedy talking about backing US dollar by BTC. XRP not a security, depending on how it was acquired. BlackRock Bitcoin ETF moving forward. Big position swing in the favor of crypto. Absolutely, I agree. G-00 said, and there a picture of the chart, the price charts, not the price charts, but the utility progress from the EverGrow site, showing only 2% less for LunaSky. And of course, the Atlas wallet changed to now 87%. EverGrow staking is now at 80%. And I think LuCro Gaming stayed the same. Might have been 20, but now it's 30. So I could be wrong on that one. And yeah, so pretty exciting stuff. Anybody have any questions for Paul or Cody while we're here?
I want to say something real quick. Let's take this time. I want to thank EverGrow Steve. Thank you for, first of all, this spaces wouldn't exist without EverGrow Steve. That great, amazing EverGrow store wouldn't exist without EverGrow Steve. You're another one of those amazing members of this community that this community and this project owes so much to. So thank you, Steve.
Thank you for saying. I really appreciate it, man. Speaking of the store, I put a post up there with a poll for what to do with the profits. So had roughly, I think it was 560 in profits to use for either buyback and burn of EverGrow or promotional giveaways. And it looked, last time I looked, majority of people want the buyback and burn of EverGrow. So I think I got roughly 11 billion or something like that. I've already bought the tokens.
It doesn't make sense. That's not going to make a dent.
I totally agree. But I wanted the community to have a voice. And I think
the community should. Whatever the community votes on, it should be. But I'm just saying, like,
I'd rather give it away to people personally.
But the giveaway, giving away, yeah. But the whole point of any giveaway is to draw more people in and get more followers and get more people. When you do tweet out about EverGrow, they're going to see it. That's the main goal. I mean, you guys have seen me do giveaways and stuff.
Yeah, it has an amazing impact.
I love giving. I love when someone's happy about when they win. I love that feeling. This is great, but the whole thing behind it is to get new eyes and, on EverGrow, the people that are in crypto or around crypto, is to keep building those eyes. I want to build up everyone's account. I wish everyone in here had, 10 to, 50,000 followers, that were, in crypto or whatever. That's the whole point. It's not giving away to a person. It's also what it does for the community, and, I know some of my giveaways, you get like bots or whatever, it sucks. But you want to try and get actual, people.
No, that's by far the most efficient method. First of all, to bring hype and eyes. That being said, that was what the community voted for. So I would say do another vote Steve explain the situation, and if people still vote for the buyback and burn, then it is what it is.
Yeah, because community. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. It should be variable, Steve. Like you could do this poll every, I don't know, once a month and see what they decide. Maybe 1 month they do it's a giveaway. Maybe the next month it's a buyback and burn. That being said, I do got to run. I want to say thank you so much, Steve, for the space as always. Paul, see you at the office, my man. I've got the red button with me. Somebody DM me if he says anything he shouldn't. Everyone else, I love you. Y'all have a fantastic Saturday evening. Bye, y'all.
Thank you so much, Cody. Appreciate it.
LunaSky 2023.
Yeah.
Yeah. Has it been like 4 hours?
Yeah, it has. Crazy,
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I tell you, the time just flies in here.
Steve, I have 2 news articles that I would like to mention, if it's all right.
I've got about five minutes left before I get a run, but by all means.
It won't take me that. Two articles. One's bad news for crypto, and the other one I'm not sure. The U.S. Department of Justice is revamping the organization of its cybercrime offices and more than doubling the number of attorneys available to work criminal crypto cases. That might be a good thing if they actually go after the scammers. The other interesting thing was that the government of Kuwait, their capital markets authority, has introduced a set of regulations that impose an absolute ban on the usage of digital currencies in the context of making payments. And they're trying to eliminate money laundering by eliminating crypto, sadly.
That's sad. Yep. Okay.
That's really interesting. Yeah, the one, there was a couple articles I was going to get into, but just didn't have the time. One was related to the, see if I can find it again here. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, it was the hamster racing. I was like, betting on hamsters. I was like, what is this? And I saw, I think, Rocket talking about it and somebody else. People are betting BUSD on live hamster racing. I mean, like, that's just the thing. I don't know. I just thought it was just, and I guess like
that's pure gambling, though.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's like betting on horses, right? The other one was the Federal Reserve that announces a new system for instant payments called FedNow service. Apparently, it's live. It's supposed to speed up direct deposits to banks or something. I'm not too sure how it works exactly. There's a bunch of banks that are participating, but I don't know. I'm not all into,
What is it called?
FedNow. FED now.
Okay.
Yeah, check it out. Apparently, this was just on the 20th, 2 days ago. So yeah, it was the Federal Reserve. So I don't know. They've always got an angle, so I just don't trust them. So
it's a precursor, as I understand from what I've read, to the digital dollar.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
So yeah. So before we close the space up, man, it's like I said, 4 hours. Does anybody have final questions for Paul or anything like that, or any general questions? We'll obviously follow up in Twitter and on Discord. I'll try and get in there tonight if any has other questions. But I want to thank you guys for being here again and just hanging in there and being in the space and just, like I said, supportive Denny. I want to thank you so much for, again, another giveaway. I mean, you're just unreal. Appreciate your support, man. And Paul, actually, I have a question about, was it Lily Vivi? I noticed you did a giveaway of 100 BUSD as well. That little partnership, I was not expecting that.
Yeah, well, I know we worked with her for some promotional stuff, but she was already following EverGrow before that.
Gotcha.
And so she was already following me. So it literally, I don't know if I even messaged her before, but I know she has a good following and she has a crypto following.
Right.
And like I said, the giveaways are about, getting, people that don't know about EverGrow to notice EverGrow, when, maybe now or when things start happening, they see my tweet come across their screen. If they're not following me, they're less likely to see that.
Right.
So I just messaged her. I said, do you want to do a, dual giveaway? So she was only doing $10.
Gotcha.
So I said, look, let's do, it gets more attention when it's a little bit more. So I said, let's do 50 and I'll send you 40.
That's cool.
So I sent her the extra money on the side and she gave it away hers, but we didn't tell anyone. she chose the pets thing, and I wasn't sure like whether the third thing to do. Well, because if you do like just tag a friend, you wanted to tag 3 friends. Next thing you know, you get so many bots. Like my giveaway before that, drew a lot of bots. It had like 50,000 views, and I don't know, gave me like 4,000 or 5,000 followers. I mean, 75% of them were probably bots. Even though when you commented like where you were from, but the pet idea was her idea, and I was like, oh, we couldn't think of anything else. Went through a lot of ideas, but that's why we said you got to follow both of us and then comment under both of us.
Gotcha.
So I got some, and it was actually that was actually organic.
Yeah.
So got some people that are crypto followers that follow her to follow me.
Yeah, exactly. I thought it was pretty successful.
So if they see something, I put up a graph that EverGrow is going up, maybe they'll check it out.
Yeah.
And I'm going to keep doing this. That's why I'm going to do it every week. Cool. I said I'm going to come up with something, and if I find someone else that do a duel with me, the whole point of it, like I said, like I'm using my own money, by the way, but I'm not trying to be selfish, and I don't want to sit there. I want to be like, oh, follow me, EverGrow, LunaSky, and all these things. But, if you do too many of them, people tend not to do it, and then you get a lot of bots. Right. So I'm going to do it strategically. But, like I said, you obviously want to grow. It's always nice to grow your accounts. I mean, look, we all like that, obviously. But the main goal behind it is for more people to find out about EverGrow. Right. When stuff starts to happen and to get excitement about it and stuff like that. That's the ultimate goal behind it.
Gotcha.
It's worth that. I mean, $100 to me of my own, money every week. Mm-hmm. For, like the one today, the one this week, I think I got like an extra, like maybe 1,000 followers. Right. Like this fresh one, maybe 800. Yeah. And that was, there were not bots. That's worth $100 right there. Yeah. And it's not bought. They're not bought followers, from like bots. Exactly. These are people. Yeah. That will see my tweets that are crypto people. Exactly. I forgot to ask Cody before he left, but when LunaSky does launch, will there be a dedicated kind of like a AMA from official LunaSky, or how do you know how that will work, or is it a work in progress? I think it's a work in progress. Okay. I'm pretty sure there will be. I can't see why there wouldn't be, but I don't think they planned it out yet because they don't know which day. Right. They will. So when they know the day that it launches, that's when they'll probably do this. But like I said, you got to see some stuff happen beforehand, so there actually might be something that happens beforehand. I can't talk about, but you'll see about the marketing and stuff. Gotcha. And a different way they want to do things, and it's really smart. And you'll see what I'm talking about. Gotcha. Their idea, it's great. Awesome. Thanks for answering that. I forgot, actually, Miguel Crypto had a question earlier and I missed it. He had said if there was going to be another change in the tax on EverGrow, would it be put out ahead of time, or would I'm trying to remember how he worded it now. I got to look back at it. But would it just be kind of done, or would there be a discussion, or how would that work? Do you know? Would you even be able to speculate on that? It's just going to be an announcement. Gotcha. It's not going to, it can't affect anyone in a bad way. Right. Like let's say we raised it, everyone that's want to sold would have already sold. Right. If we lower it, then that doesn't hurt anyone either. Like there's, it doesn't hurt anyone either way. Gotcha. But there'll be an announcement, talk about it. There'll be a lot to go over. Sure. With this whole thing, and very exciting stuff, guys. I mean, nothing's gonna be bad. It's so exciting, and this is stuff that it's not even on your radar. Guarantee it. You'll be like, what the fuck? Where did that come from? So exciting. And it's not even building stuff. It's just things gonna happen. Right on. Well, now I'm really curious. Yeah, buddy. All right on. I want to thank Paul. Thank you so much for making the time for being here today. And of course, Cody, I'm sorry that I didn't get to say goodbye again, but thank you so much for being here. Rocket, I know you had to drop out. Pardon me? I said thanks for having me.
Yeah, yeah. CWP
Thanks,
Moon.
everybody.
Yeah, appreciate it very much. Let's do random. Let's see here. Crash BNB, good to see you, man. And EGC Mike. Let's see who Exponential Evergrow. Father Mulcahy. Thanks, Ed Jans. And Grandpa Crypto, good to see you as always. Who else we got? Popeye. And let's see here. Nelson. And who else? Joshua. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Jensberg. My apologies if I butchered that. Thank you again for being here today. So we got an exciting week ahead of us. So hopefully by this time next week, LunaSky will be live. No dates given, but
hey, did you guys see that? I can say it now. At the end of it, did you guys see the EverGrow 2.0 wanted to come up and talk?
Yeah.
I sent his ass back down. We're not gonna give him a platform.
Okay.
You know, but we were talking about it and behind the scenes. But it would just give them a platform, guys.
Yeah.
We don't want to do that. You know, if it was a legit token, I mean, even if it was a legit token, we wouldn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not. It's not legit. It's ridiculous. So we're not going to give them a platform to do that. Even though I could, just slam him.
Mm-hmm.
He wants that. He wants the attention. He tried it twice.
Any advice to the community if they get kind of like, see things, whatever, just don't engage?
I'm not going to tell anyone what to do.
Yeah.
It's your own choice.
Yeah.
I'm not going to try and censor anyone. Whatever you want to do is what you want to do.
Yeah.
So
I appreciate you saying that.
Just give you the information and then you do what you want to do.
Sounds good. Well, thank you again, guys, for being here on your Saturday, sharing your time, and I really, really appreciate it. Let's do this again next weekend. Same time, same place. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, guys, and we'll see you later. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. See you in a week.
Sounds good. Bye for now, guys.
Later.
Whew.